Pull up phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you let me peach. With a bull shake it to my maybe drop bands. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, 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 baby. Tell me what you want. Julian, I know ain't it fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Never for that pill, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, baby, vibing, come roll with me all night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. That's the part when you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now.
Yeah, what the camera was. Let me talk to you. Yo, man. Is it first on the
YouTube, what up? What up? What up? What up? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Where them ones at? Am I cooking on mute? Put me on. Help me out. Okay. Greetings. Ooh, I'm loving the loving here. What's going on? What a day. Man, I've been trying to figure out. So right now, I'm still on laptop cam. Yo, Blizzy. Let me bring this around. This is not working. Let me unhook this. Unhook that. Homie, I need your help, man. I need your help, yo. Something with the EOS webcam utility. I need your help, bro. I was trying to stunt on the masses. And humbly feel proud enough to say that I can start to consider y'all masses. Peace to the people who hold me down. Peace to the people that encourage me. Peace to the people that whisper in my ear. Do this. Go ahead. Don't do this. Don't do that. I appreciate all of y'all. So the people that tell me don't do this, don't do that. One of the first ones, Danique Anthony. Times when I found something that I did, I edited it down. I thought it was cool. But because he's a professional, he thought it looked goofy. And he said, don't do that, chef. Take it down. And then he helped make it what it was supposed to look like. My man, E. Blizzy. The one talking about, come on, you got this. You're making it happen. You understand? Minka Marcel, A1 Day One. Better than you know. Always on pocket, always on a square, always in the paint, just like Dawn Frank. Already did a couple shows talking about she's a friend that holds me accountable. Believe it. Believe it. E. Blizzy, my guy. My guy. I think Canon got a commission from him with all of those recommendations for equipment. All right. It's all hot air. Who else we got in here? Oh, snap. Gail at Night. Folks like Gail at Night put me in pocket, make me understand certain things, helps me out. Comes through when you're not looking, you know, and helps you understand. Vaughn Bryan, always in pocket, my guy. Peace, 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 peace. Around DeMarco, peace, my guy. Thanks for coming through. So let me bring our friend up tonight, Andrea Lynch. Oh,
you see
peace.
your thing, Chef? You got 700 and some subscribers. Okay,
Yo.
we almost there. We almost to the 1,000. What are you talking about? I told you.
Yo, peace. I'ma say peace to especially pocket watching with JT, and then one of those crazy streams from E. Blizzy. It was, man, I never seen. I mean, I heard about that, but I never seen it. It was like, whoa. So all I could say is, listen, y'all, I'm here. I wish to earn each and every one of the subscriptions that you provided me and make sure that y'all keep me honest. That's all I could say, but I'm humbled. I'm humbled. Straight up and down. I see you. I see you. Apex Alpha Sim, having live before the graveyard shift. You know how we do. You know how we do. Yes. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So there was something that, this lady Andrea here, she's a very, very interesting lady. She's one of those people that will put different things into your, what's the best way I could say? Put different things into your consciousness in the daytime because she's a very feeling person. So tell them who you are, Andrea, before I tell them.
Okay, my name is Andrea Lynch. I go by AKA It's All Hot Air and Hot in Cali. I'm a 20-year been in the foster care business. I'm a foster mom. I love kids. I have my heart on my sleeve. I'm passionate about my subjects that I talk about. And I'm an all-around girl. That's it. Just have fun. Just living life and loving life. And want my people to be best that they could. That's it.
So, thank you, Mika Marcel. Yeah, see the fresh new era fitted. You see what it says up there?
And thank you to Gail at Night for putting my channel in the thing. I want everybody to go subscribe to Hot and Cali. Okay, I'm trying to get over my 500. Okay.
Come on, you got this. You got this. Keep being yourself. You understand what it is.
Yes.
You definitely understand what it is. I want to pull something up real quick so you and I can kind of talk about a topic.
Okay.
Now, I just want to state, y'all, in terms of this particular topic, it's going to be important that I handle it in a specific, respectful manner. In a specific, respectful manner. But I want to talk and, you know, have some conversation about this. And I want the chat to participate as well. So you ready? You know what you sent me. So
Yes,
let's share it with them.
Okay.
All right. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are not familiar with who Zaya Ward is, Zaya Ward was born a male, as Dwayne Wade's son with his first wife. At some point, the family stated that there was an epiphany that had taken place, and I'm trying to have this conversation with all due respect, that there was some sort of epiphany that made the child feel that they were actually meant to be born a woman and felt they were a woman. In terms of the press and the optics and how the family handled it, they were extremely supportive, you know, and I understand that in those situations you have to be extremely supportive. But there was some sort of controversy that had taken place in terms of the level of support versus the level of boundaries that parents give when it comes to the children that they're raising. And that's more or less the angle that me particularly is going to deal with the conversation from, in terms of, you know, they say what you permit is what you promote.
Color books.
You know,
My face.
that's the question. So just in case, because there's some people that may find certain images offensive, please understand, with all due deference, we're not trying to offend you. But if it generates a certain level of emotion within you, making you want to communicate your feeling, then that's what I want to do. All right. So here we go. Well, before we go, Andrea, talk to me. What do you want to share on the issue before we start flipping through it?
To me, as a parent, I thought it was inappropriate to show on the internet. Me as a parent.
Talk to me about that.
I just don't. She's 14 now, so my thing is I even when my kids was 14, we ain't allowing this right here. 14, no. If your friend come over to the house, okay, but you ain't gonna be like this. Oh, this is inappropriate to me. No. I'm gonna be watching what y'all doing if y'all over here at the house, but this no, this is going down at my house. And I just think I think it's okay to have the conversation with our kids and everything, but this right here, hugging up and kissing, nah, that ain't not in my house.
I feel you. Peace and love to the homie Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels, I ain't gonna lie, he's also one of the fellas. Dude showed one of my whole cooking videos on his morning live, even down to me eating the food. So much love. You know, we don't do business together, but love is love, and you can still feel it there. So it's authentic. And when it's time, it's gonna be time. It's gonna be epic. But in the meantime, I appreciate all the love. You say my name, next thing you know, sub rates increase. You and Nate, you a pocket watcher. So listen, like I said, I appreciate it. I'm here. You know where I'm at when you need me, big dog. But yes, I always got to stop for love. That's what fuels this ship, yo. Mr. Taluli, I see you. I see you. Critically drinking, Rashawn. Oh, yeah. So, back to what we were talking about in terms of the situation here. What did it make me feel like? I said this on one of the shows way back. It made me feel like somewhat a little powerless. A little powerless within this new regime of thought and how we perceive things and what we allow, what we permit, and how with political correctness we have to navigate this field of new pronouns. And remember, it doesn't just change what society understands. If we're raising children to live within the society, then it changes the parameters of the curriculum that we have to give them, right? If there's new words in the dictionary, and I'm reading from the dictionary, from the 90s, I'm not equipping my children. So what do I do? And these are questions I ask myself. What do I do? How do I navigate this? What the hell do I do now? Because things are changing. Am I a dinosaur? Is my thought old, antiquated? I don't know, man. But that's one of my streams of consciousness. So you understand how this thing goes here. But what you think? Talk to me, Andrea.
Things are changing, okay? And woo. Okay, so Andrea Lynch is gonna be truthful and honest tonight, okay?
As usual.
Okay. My mom and dad raised 7 kids, okay? I have a brother who's gay. But I will tell you this. I was divorced with 2 small children. My brother moved in with me because he left home because he knew my parents did not agree with his lifestyle. My brother tried to commit suicide 3 times. So my thing is this. I begged my mother, and my brother is not only gay, he's legally blind and albino. So I begged my mother to let him come back home with them because I wasn't equipped to help take care of him because I was a single mom raising 2 small children. So my parents are very religious, Bible thumping from North Carolina. Okay, that's how they get down there. But as an adult child of my parents, I'm more open-minded than what they are. Because my brother can love the same sex and he can want just what I want. I want a man who loves me. He want a person who loves him. I'm a little open-minded. It's because I agree with my brother. That's because I want my brother to have the same love. Don't mean that I want him to be happy too. So I asked my friend of mine a couple of years ago, how come I could be happy and find love? How come my brother can't be happy and find love too? So I just think this right here is a little too much for me. Right here, just too much. I think when she's older, yeah, that's fine. But this is 14. Nah, I'm not with that. But I do think we gotta be a little open-minded, and we gotta be a little open-minded than what my parents was. I'm more open-minded to things, and my daddy is still hardcore, not open-minded.
What's going on? What's going on? I'm Courtney Michelle. What is good? Thank you for dropping through. You always got the avatar game on point. All right. But yeah, so let them show you love back. So, question.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of your brother.
Yes.
How would you describe the relationship? I mean, I understand you mentioned you know, a disability in terms of the blindness and some of his, you know, issues that he had to deal with. Were you in a position of leadership? Was he a little brother?
He is he's two under, it's two, he's the second to under me, so he's the sixth child. He's the sixth child.
So did you consider yourself in a role of leadership? Like, when I say this, because
yes, I did. Yes, I'm most close to, I'm close to helping to help take care of him. Yes, I am. Yes. But I was trying to navigate the world too when he came and lived with me. I was just fresh from divorce. I got two small children, and he required a lot that I felt like I wasn't equipped. Now if he come and live with me, I'm quick to take care of him. But I wasn't equipped to take care of him, two small children, and myself. It was a lot on me.
So now I just want to make sure, in terms of your focus, of your perspective on this, is closer to where I came, you know, in the conversation.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, in terms of knowing what we have to navigate, right? You know, at 14, I couldn't even talk about girls to my mom.
We couldn't either.
Right. Right. Open displays of admiration, you know, open displays of desire for one gender or another. Just is it, how did you deal with that? When did you figure it out? You know what I'm saying? Did you have an opportunity to say yes, no, stop, start, continue?
See, I left home at 22, and I remember I told you my parents are very religious, but some of their methods, don't get me wrong, it taught me a lot, but some of their methods was not right, because I feel like I feel like I'm a better parent than my parent was. My parent didn't talk about marriage. Marriage is ups and downs. My parents didn't talk about sex. No, you're not having none. That's all we said about it. They didn't explain why they said no. They just said no, and this is the way it is. I think as a parent, I'm more, I talk to my children. I talk about things. The thing is, I've been talking to my kids about a lot of things, HIV, STD, all of that, because I wanted to have the conversation. I didn't want nobody else to give information and false information. And I feel like my parents didn't equip me with information until I was 22 and had friends who was much older than me. I was kicking it with, and they was like, "No, that's not it." I was like, "Huh?" That's what mom and daddy said. They was like, "No, that's wrong information."
Don't cook too hard on them now. Some of them don't know about you. They don't know about you. Dre, don't go easy. Go easy. Okay. Go easy. But yeah, let me do some love. Joanna Washington, thank you for dropping by, Flower. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's see what we got. Oh, yes. Please follow me on Instagram as well. Thank you. Please and thank you.
So I felt
Courtney said she just found out that Zaya's quote unquote boyfriend is also T.
Okay.
So technically, so does that make them?
Lord have mercy! Don't even say it.
But if it's two T's, does that make them an L? I don't understand the equation.
It is what
past that one.
Okay.
Right. We're gonna go past that one.
Okay.
I don't know that math, but let's keep it moving. We're gonna do some reading. All right. Former Miami Heat basketball player Dwayne Wade's daughter, Zaya Wade, recently shared a picture with her new boyfriend on Instagram, announcing to the world that she's now in a relationship. Y'all see my news commentator voice? You like that?
Yeah.
The 14-year-old is the daughter of the former NBA champion and his first wife, Siobhan Funches. Netizens are familiar with the celebrity child through her stepmother, Gabrielle Union, as well. Zaya Wade took to her Instagram profile sharing pictures of her Easter weekend spent with her family. She included a picture of herself with her father and aunt, Trijel Wade. The unexpected appearance was made by her boyfriend, Huaz Quasi Leo. The young couple was seen hugging and taking a selfie together in the pictures Zaya posted. All right. You see the pics. Keep it moving. Zaya states, I've had the best weekend spending quality time with my family and shout out for Easter. I hope everyone has a wonderful Easter today and a wonderful Passover this week. I love you guys. Oh. All right. Well, okay. So I ain't gonna lie, I got thrown off when I seen this one. We're gonna keep it clicking. The lip gloss is bothering me. Gotta keep it going. All right. No. Okay, this is what I see. This is what y'all see. This is what you see. No. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, that was enough.
If this trigger is a disclaimer, okay?
No. It's enough. It's enough. I gotta get out away from it. There's no more words. Okay, y'all. Let me just see. I just want to make sure I'm just seeing words. Pardon me, y'all. Okay. Call me with stop. Here we go. All right. The comment section under Zaya's Instagram post was limited. However, Huaze's comment section was filled with love and support. Followers were flooded it with heart emojis. Listen, y'all. I want to be respectful. Like I said, this is stream of consciousness. So I'm being real. I'm being respectful. But that trigger alert is for me too. And I don't think I was quick enough on the mouse. So I'm still trying to understand that. Because in my mind, those are children. So Zaya Wade's parents divorced in 2007 and her father went on to marry actress Gabrielle Union in 2014. Zaya has one older sibling, Zaire, and two older siblings, Xavier and Kavia. According to NBA Family Fandom, Zaya came out as a transgender woman. Oh, woman. Remember that? As a transgender woman when she was 11 years old in 2019. Zaya was legally born as Zion Malachi Aramis Wade and went on to get her name changed. Zion Malachi Aramis Wade. Aramis, I like that name. I always like that name. That was one of the Three Musketeers. Anyway, 11 years old. 11 years old. Talk to me, Mama Andrea. Tell me about that conversation. Because you're not just a mom. You're technically a professional mom, or you're an institution whereby the foster care system relies on you as an agent to help support and foster these children. So my question to you is, how does that conversation look to you as a mom?
What are you stating? How the conversation look? How do I have the conversation with my children about other people who might not be like me, other people who might be different than me? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking that conversation. You see where it talked about Zion coming out at 11 years old. I'm asking you, how would that conversation happen if it was brought to you with you being a mom?
Jesus help me, Lord. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm in a conflict, okay, Chef. Okay, I got my own beliefs, and at the end of the day, yes, I'm a foster mom, so I gotta be a little neutral. Okay, I'm gonna put it that way.
I understand, and me too. I'm a corporate executive, so there's certain things that I have to broach. Within corp. I could cuss, but I hire all people. I work with multiple people, so I'm just speaking to it from the understanding. And this is what I want to make sure you know, just in case people want to flag this. This is coming from the educational standpoint in order to provide a bridge of understanding
Okay,
to
so
how me, myself, as a parent of children, has to navigate the new playing field, understanding that there's been a paradigm shift in understanding.
okay,
So
so
that's my disclaimer.
my partner in crime, the other partner of it, the other half of It's All Hot Air. I've been talking to her all day, so she's in the chat, and her name is To Be Loved. Okay, that's my partner in crime. So we've been having this dialogue today, back and forth about this situation, and she said something to me that she thought it's inappropriate as a 14-year-old to be hugging up with a picture at the house. We don't do that. I'm like, we don't do that. So I say is, as a mother, I am in conflict, because what I do believe and what I can't push my own agenda off my foster care kids is two different levels, because I have to accept them for who they are and what they are. Okay, so but Andrea Lynch feels like I'm gonna try to support my child, but I don't think my child or he or she is ready to be doing all that at 10 years old. Okay, you ain't even you just 10 years old. That's a little too young for me.
All right.
As my own personal child. But as a foster mom, if I get a child to come in my house like that, I can't put my own beliefs on that child.
Agreed. So I'm gonna bring my bro up, and there's a question I want for both of y'all, because Joanna states, would y'all prefer? She asked, would y'all prefer that the child hides their true feelings? Would that be better, and for who would it benefit? Okay.
No, I want to answer that question.
I'm gonna let you and Vic answer that question.
Okay.
Bring them to the screen, because I have to make a quick little setup change here. I thought I was gonna be on the super camp. All right, let me take that thing away from your face. It's not a good look for the kid. My dude, what's good?
What's going on? What's going on, family?
Chilling, man. You know, tonight, stream of consciousness. You know, we couldn't just do networking and pop-ups other places. We had to make sure folks know the crib is the crib.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and do our current events, our streams of consciousness. And this is one of the topics that came up. Were you able to take a look at it?
Listen, I don't know what's going on. I just walked in and I seen everybody standing on the ledge. I just wanted to tell you, don't do it. I don't know what Andre done told you, okay? But it ain't worth it. Andre, why you got the homie out here on the ledge now?
We are parents. We're gonna have these are real conversations. These are hard conversations, and I think Chef is a fantastic person to bring this to the conversation, because Andrea and I weren't gonna do it justice as he would. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you. It's Vic.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you specific questions. I know normally how we get with the specific questions. The Chef versus Vic episode coming soon. Clips out the mofo. But yo, you being in charge of young men, an 11-year-old tells you he is a woman. How do you broach that? And remember, I came from the context of us being from an era where it was not new, and now there's a new paradigm shift that we have to learn, right?
Yeah.
So without sending you too far out on the ledge, like, how do you, I'm going to go off cam for a minute. How do you approach that? How do you approach that? Like, how do you feel, first of all? And then how do you approach it? And you and Andrea
Well,
drive for 1 second.
you know, my opinions on the subject is limited. Um, I think it's one of those things where if your wife came to you and said, "Baby, I want a divorce," I think it's a little late for conversation. I think there was so many cues that you missed that that ship may have already been sailed. So in this situation, I feel like if an 11, 12-year-old boy is coming to you and this is the first time you're getting any wind of it is when they saying it out loud in words to you that this is how they feel. I think you miss way too many cues that you shouldn't be surprised. Let's say that. So let's just assume that everybody is attentive parents and they're not surprised by this. Then the only thing that we're addressing, because I feel like once that ship is sailed, you can't get that genie back in the bottle. So we're taking things as they are. And as they are, our children are already over sexualized, no matter what gender they quote unquote prefer. In the same way, y'all was addressed, like, put it like this. If we ever wanted to play some games, call some hide and go get it and hunching and touching and whatever the hell else we wanted to do at that age, we had to sneak and do it. True. It wasn't gonna be co-signed and broadcast. You know what I mean? Nobody was gonna say, "Oh, great job, son." Maybe someone who was, patting me on the back secretly. You know what I mean? "Oh, you got your little girlfriend, ha, 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 ha." But it wasn't gonna be nothing that I'm gonna be, uplifted for and put on Front Street and, "Hey, oh yeah, invite them over, blah blah blah." And if you were ever in a position when you were old enough to have someone over that you thought you were quote unquote interested in, and they said, "Man, you better get your head in them damn books." But what you weren't going to be encouraged to do is to do, or what we would call PDA, or public displays of affection. And what I see here is public displays of affection. And I don't think it really matters what gender he chooses. It's just a matter of how much freedom is a child being given at an age when they may or may not be well equipped to make certain decisions, like putting your public image onto the internet, period. So when you're talking about,
okay, we go with this picture
kissing and
you're
touching, kissing and touching, kissing and touching. What?
Okay, so
what are you talking about?
So Vic, are you saying that? Okay, are you saying the picture was inappropriate to be on the internet?
Put it like this: change. Take those two children out and put two different children in. Two heterosexual children in. Is it still inappropriate?
Hell yeah, it's inappropriate.
That's all I'm saying.
But to me, it's highly inappropriate, because you're putting her out there to be judged and ridiculed by everybody. Do you know this? The internet is a cruel world. So I don't understand, if Dwayne said he wants to protect his daughter, why would you put that image out there so she can get ridiculed, comments, and people gonna act crazy?
Who posted the picture?
Well, they did. Well, she did. They all did. How about that?
Get your pronouns together.
That was funny. Get your pronouns together. So even though some people may consider me one of the professors of this lecture, adjunct professor Joanna Washington wanted me to restate her question.
Okay.
The initial question. I like when the chat pulls us back to task. Thank you, Joanna. Oh, for the record, Joanna, you need to check your Cash App. You sent me Cash Apps all the time, regularly. For the record, I sent you one back. And there's a reason, but I want you to read that message. But thank you for who you are. Question. Would y'all prefer that the child hides their true feelings? Would that be better? And for who would it benefit?
It's a good question.
So I kind of stepped off. I left that grenade in your laps, right? So I'll take that.
And nobody answered it, I don't believe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Dancing shoes enabled. Right. So let's say this. Would I prefer the child hides their true feelings? No, absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. I come from a long line of clinicians, family doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, and I have to understand the science of it. So I have to know that it exists. So I understand if it's something that's growing within them, right? I have to understand if that growth is malignant or benign. And in order for me to understand that, I have to understand how that growth works, that growth, that epiphany, that level of understanding that when they get to, the age and, around 5 years old and they start going through some of the psychosexual phases of growth, understanding that there may be a chance now that they may have the same kind of feeling. I have to understand it right now, even in terms of my inability. My hand was shaking with the mouse, yo, I'm not gonna lie. But you know what I consider that? I consider that my lack of understanding. And that's my point of growth. It's my lack of understanding. Maybe it's something that I should grow to understand. Maybe it's not. But in terms of looking at it, the more woke people within our society, the more understanding people within our society may look at it as something that is benign and is natural. I mean, there's people who may not understand it and who may come from a more staunch religious background, may look at it as something that's malignant. So for me, it's about not allowing them to hide their true feelings, but me hearing it. I need to know what's going on. So I need to know what I need to know and what I need to figure out. Would that be better and for who? No, them hiding their feelings would not be better because it would create a dynamic whereby that child would learn the process of lying to me by omission and hiding information from me. And once they learn that, they'll be able to utilize that tactic for muscle memory on other stuff and other situations. So my answer is no. And the answer for the next part of the question is NA, non-applicable, because I would not prefer. Who's next?
Did you say NA?
Yeah, non-applicable, like N/A, because I said no to the first question, so that nullified the second one.
Okay, I got you.
Sound like you took a nice hit. So you better come with that smoke there, son.
I put it like this, right? It always was done in the dark, always come to the light. And you see families on top of families on top of families and all of their little dirty secrets, they find their way, but they're in inopportune times. And take for example, right? My grandmother adopted one of my aunts when she was a small child. The mother, no official paperwork. Her mother just let her go. She doesn't remember these times. But someone else who knew the truth exposed it to her as a grown woman with children. And it kind of it changed. I'm not gonna say tarnished, but it changed their relationship. And I think that the resentment that came from that could have been avoided, and there could have been a greater appreciation for what was done had the truth been exposed sooner. So in any case, no matter what the thing being concealed, I think it's always better to deal with it head on. It's gonna be what the fuck it's gonna be. My boss man once told me, he said, "Hey, they can't eat you. That's the one thing they're not gonna do. So unless somebody's gonna do you bodily harm, let the words fly, because that they're gonna somebody always gonna have something to say about you. So even in the form of a child, he's gonna be a child star. He's always gonna be she whatever. Come on, man. You know I ain't media trained for that shit. But what I'm saying is that the child is always gonna be in the public eye just because of who their father is. The scrutiny for all of his children is gonna be there. So I don't think that they can avoid putting their child in a public light, but I don't necessarily know that they should kind of encourage it unless they had a healthy way to guide it. I wouldn't let it free flow and just say, hey, you figure it out as you go. I don't know any more than you, child. Just be free. Because I think there's also a responsibility to that child. But I would not say lie to yourself. Don't, because if you got to hide it everywhere you go, you pretty much, if you lie to the world, you might as well lie to yourself. And I think that when people hold their truth in, it kind of corrupts the soul. It does something to you. It creates the resentment for all the people who wouldn't allow you to just be what you are. And you could have turned that, whatever you are, whatever it is, you could have turned it into something great. But you get a late start when you hold it. You don't see what it could have been or what it could be. You're just getting started the day that you speak your truth.
Okay. I don't know if you cooked on them or you did the illest dance routine ever.
I'm trying to tell you, boy, I'm ill with these moves now.
I see you got was them old school dance shoes, Capizios. Son.
Hey, yo, peace to all my family in the chat. Blizzy, what's good? Donique, Gail, Courtney, Quantum, Vaughn, all y'all.
Joanna, welcome to be loved. You look like a new person in there. You look very familiar.
That's my other half of It's All Hot Air.
Oh.
Hey, what's going on? Okay, you family. Okay. Welcome. So this is your crib, man. Your room is on the third floor, top left. The key under the mat. Word up. Welcome. Come through. What does Dawn say over here? And talk about what made them feel this way, etc. Is a friend at school going through this? Is it a TV show they're watching? Yeah, those are some of the questions that I think that I would ask, like figure out, think about, okay, I'm going to use myself. I ain't going to call y'all assholes. When I think about myself and I go 10 years back, what I call my asshole multiplier goes up as I go back 10 years back, because I was dumber 10 years ago than I am now. And then even dumber 10 years before that. So the annual asshole quotient increased. I think about things that I thought that I really wanted. I thought there were certain things that I really, really liked. But some of them were just things that were really, really popular. Some of them were things that somebody who I might have had respect for in a particular arena, this is something that they feel. But when you look at people and people worship, and I don't mean like being at the altar, but in terms of worship of people in a way where now you want to, follow them for everything. I remember one of my exes said, "Oh, I wish that I could sit down with Oprah just to get financial advice." And I was like, "For what?" She was like, "No, because she's so successful. She's not Warren Buffett. She didn't get successful for making dope investments. She became successful. She became rich from being successful. You know what I mean? It wasn't from shrewd investments." But with the worship culture, naturally, and even us following people, we tend to want to do everything that they do. If we respect them here, I want to drive the same kind of car. Oh, I want to wear the same kind of outfit. Oh. It's like that. It's like that. I remember I was in high school. Had the little flat top with the S curl and shit, wearing blazers, white t-shirt and jeans, because I'll Be Sure was hot that time, and a few chicks told me I looked like I'll Be Sure. And I used to love his music. So that used to be me. All right. Look. And then I went to dreads, had dreadlocks down my back, right?
What? You had
Yeah.
dreadlocks?
Yeah. So the thing is, we go through these phases where we think we know what we think we know. We think we know what we want without understanding the impacts to our future. So now, what I throw back to the people that say, well, do you want them to hide it? What I throw back is this. How do we figure out it's not just a bullshit phase? How do we figure out if it's not just a bullshit phase? Your kid wanted to do piano, then she wanted to do dance lesson, then, she wanted to do hip hop class, and then they didn't want to do it anymore. With the level of depth of the options that we're giving the children now, when does whimsy come into place, where it's just a whimsical decision that we're making? Are we allowed to say that? Are we being politically incorrect by stating, no, you know how Jenny is, you know how Jamal is. They always get into something and then they change their mind, man. This is just another phase. When I look at what takes place within the Fifth Estate in terms of the media, I don't know if there's a safe place for the parents to be able to ask those questions.
Okay. Well, let's be honest.
You said a safe place for parents to ask those questions?
A safe place for parents to ask those questions. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I got a question for you, Chef.
Wait. Because you said a safe place for parents to ask those questions, because I'm talking about, with the way it is now, the politically correct aspect of our society at this point in time, there's certain questions that it's almost like we're unable to ask.
That's the question that I have for you.
Cancel culture and all of this stuff. So now, as a parent, and that's why I said I almost feel like we start to feel handcuffed and not understanding in terms of feeling powerless, because there's a whole new set of rules. There's a whole new set of rules. So
check this question, Chef. It's a two-part question. At what age I'll ask you too, Andrea.
Okay.
At what age were you introduced to the concept of sexuality, and what age were you introduced to the concept of homosexuality? And were they the same time?
Oh,
Oh
God.
damn! Look, the light just went off in the.
Shut up. Okay, shut up. It's an inside joke. Okay, back to your question. Um, okay, my parents didn't talk about sex. The only thing they said is don't get pregnant, and if you do, you get kicked out of the house. And and did I know that my cousin was gay? Yes, I did. But my parents never, like, it was like a secret. Okay, so the thing is, my parents didn't want to like say anything, but I knew it was gay people in the world. I knew it was people who is not like my parents or me, who not heterosexual. So I knew that, but my parents wasn't talking about it. But my friends who are I got friends who are like at least 15 years older than me, they talked about it. And my friend Erica, to be honest, I've been knowing Erica almost 2 decades. And she grew up in San Francisco, so gay people wasn't a problem for her. But she knew that my parents was very religious. My parents, but she always said to me is being gay is it's just a difference. So like when I met her, we talked about it, but she never had a problem with it. I'm not gonna say I was homophobic. I just didn't really like understand it. I'll put it that way. But I'm more open minded now.
So what age was that?
I think I left home.
So you were at least 18.
I left home at 22. Yes.
Okay. What do you say, Chef?
Look,
You always have the option to plead the fifth.
Okay.
yeah. And I'm gonna say salutations and love to my man Gabrielle. Straight up. Look,
Oh man.
all I can do is speak from myself. I saw it, and I saw it. That's not even my kids or my children. And it was just, I'm still learning. So it took me a minute to, to kind of understand or become comfortable. I don't know. Am I, can I? Who knows? But the thing is, in this world, and understanding it's part of the new paradigm shift of understanding, I kind of have to know what's going on. So that's my piece.
All right, James. I mean, Chef. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Hey, look, put it like this, right? The reason I asked that question is this. Because you were asking about a safe space for parents and talking about a new age. We're talking about in the 6th grade was the first time we watched a video in school about the sexual reproductive system, so on and so forth. The guys switched out and watched, because they separated us, and the guys watched the girls' video and the girls watched the guys' video, and we switched, whatever. That's the first time that they said, hey, officially, this is your education on what sex is, what your body is, what it's capable of, and what you expected to go through. They focus less on sex and more about telling you what to expect from your body. Now, I'll say this. Fad or no fad, I think it would, by saying it's potentially something that is just a wave, something that may just be being picked up, would basically put you into the camp of nurture. So that takes the onus off of being born that way. So what I'm thinking is, I'll give you a perfect example, right? I once knew this little girl, right? And I found little love notes, right? like take some time, like not nothing fly by night. Took some time to make this happen. And I was wondering who the little boy was whose name was on the other side of the heart. Who is this little boy? Who is this little boy? Well, turns out this little boy was actually a little girl. But the emphasis that was put on the love made me question what kind of love it was. So I asked the little girl to explain. I didn't just say, oh, well, I didn't pass any inspiration. I said, hey, who is this person to you? My best friend. And you love her. Yes. What do you consider love? What do you think love is? I want to be with her all the time. I want to play with her. She makes me feel happy. I'm happy when I'm with her. I want to spend all my time with her. Like a best friend. Yeah, like a best friend. Okay. So what you're referring to as love is the feeling that some would refer to as a bromance. Things that when people feel a certain way towards a person that they spend absorbent amounts of time with can generate similar feelings that people feel for their spouses. The best friend that we want our spouse to be. So the two can be easily conflated. So if you have no concept of sex, then how would you know? So the reason I had a problem with the pictures is not because okay you confuse. It's not about you're confusing the child. My problem was that you're introducing sexual concepts or allowing them to be introduced. Because if you saying, hey, not only is it okay for you to do this, it's okay to you be public about doing this, which means I approve. So that means I approve of you at 14 years old kissing and touching. What does kissing and touching lead to? What do you know about sex? Are you ready for sex at this age? When should you be introduced to these sexual contexts? 100 Watts talks about it all the time. Should your child even have a boyfriend or a girlfriend in school? And if so, at what age? He's asked everybody that question. It was a valid question. And I think that we're talking about sex when we're talking about sexuality. It's less about gender and more about sexuality. Because if we're not talking about sexuality, then we don't have to talk about all the rest of those things. And I think that sexuality has been introduced at way too young of an age. I didn't know what I knew there was a guy that used to hang out at the beauty shop with the rest of the girls and cross his legs and whatever, but he was cool and he could fight. I seen him fighting. I seen him beat niggas up. So I just thought he was interesting. I thought he was pretty cool actually because he could hang out with the boys and the girls. He could fight like a dude, but hang out in the beauty shop with the girls. Cat named Ren. You ain't gonna try him though. He was all man. I didn't know what he liked. I didn't know his sexual preference. It was not even a question in my mind. So what I'm saying is I didn't recognize it. So what are we doing with all of this information, shoving it down children who may not be ready for these concepts?
And that's the question. How early is too early? Is it do we give them credit for a full level of depth of understanding about their sexual gender-based related preferences when they're not even able to be alone by themselves without their parents getting arrested? They don't have the ability to discern things in certain ways. Their brains are still functioning. So how do we accept certain levels of understanding from a technically lesser evolved being? Because technically, when you grow, you're actually evolving. Our growth as humans, our physiological growth, is the evolution of us from caterpillar to butterfly. It may not seem as dramatic, but that's our basic evolution of our form, of our life form. So how do we allow that much deference to the ideas of a lesser evolved life form? Let's go scientific with it. My 11-year-old, how much understanding do I show deference? How much of their understanding do I show deference to when they're technically a lesser evolved life form at that point in time? Is it the same thing? They don't want to do the dance lessons. They really wanted to do dance lessons, and now 5-6 months later, they're annoyed by it. They wanted gymnastics. Now they don't want to do gymnastics. They want to do pottery. How do we know and tell them that it's one of those whimsical ideas? Are we allowed to? Talk to me.
Oh, Jesus, I know it's gonna be a hard conversation tonight. Okay. I think you need to equip your children with information to help them navigate this world. It don't matter if they gay, straight, whatever. You gotta equip them, because you don't want them to me, I put it this way. I feel like when I left home, I had so much misinformation that I was a wild animal out in the world. And then I had some good friends. It's like, mama and daddy wasn't telling the truth to you, everything. Okay. It took my sister who's 10 years older than me to move back to California and say, mama and daddy wasn't telling the truth. They were just trying to keep y'all from having babies and having kids early and all this other kind of stuff. They was lying, basically. That's what she told us. And I get that. And I didn't want to not be honest and truthful with my kids. And so when I became a parent, I'm like, I want my kids to get the first information from me, not nobody not no media, not no friend, not no partner that's telling them the wrong shit. So when I became a parent, I'm gonna be honest and tell my kids the real deal. Even when it came down to divorce, marriage, all that, because they daddy had a saying, "Oh, love pay the bills." I said, that's that bullshit. No, it don't.
You think we show the kids too much?
I think we show too much. I think we give too much. We sexualize too much, and I think sometimes we need to pull back. They don't need all that information right now.
Watch this.
Look at me. My mom said, turn your head. Turn your head.
He was sitting there like, yo, he was just like, man. You saw his face. He was like, do we expose kids to too much?
Yes, I do. Yes. Now, I'm going to say this. Do I think, to me personally, and this is my own personal opinion, I think I'm starting to believe, when I see that picture today, I'm starting to believe, is Gabrielle and Dwayne want to be shock value? Because I don't like it. But but is they starting a conversation that people don't want to have, that people don't want to talk about. It's uncomfortable. And in the Black community, y'all know it is.
Man, you sound like you pointing fingers, yo.
I'm just
Scream at me, damn it.
Tighten the ass up, kitty. I don't think they get no props for the way they're going about it. You know, I mean, you know who? Damn, I don't know, man. That's whew. Wade, Daddy Wade, because you can't say nurture, because them boys was raised up in the same house.
Yes.
And his oldest boy is probably apex alpha male. So
do
I
you
don't think it was a matter of parenting.
No, but do you say at the time? I put it this way. My mom and my dad has 4 sons. Okay, all the sons are different, but at the same time is some of my alpha male too. But a mother can it's something about a mother and a son relationship. Do I think in my own personal opinion that Zion needed his real mama, not Gabrielle Union, the real mama who birthed him?
So you blaming Gabrielle?
No, I'm not blaming her. I just
you can't take it
I
back
ain't
now.
blaming her, but I think she too much in the motherfucking business. Tell you the truth, because I think it's between Dwayne Wade and the wife, the mother of his children, not the stepmama. I think she should have her own damn cot.
So you saying that Gabrielle is very progressive and that may have played a part?
And tell the truth, you know she wearing pants over that damn house over there. Come on now. All y'all see it, you just ain't seeing it.
Wow. You said a lot.
I'm not. All my friends talk about it. Nobody just ain't saying it. It's the truth. So you know she wearing pants over there.
Didn't he have a whole side baby?
Yes. He just been with that child.
Listen, too. If you have a side baby, your old lady get to say and do whatever the fuck she want, as long as she don't leave.
They was on the break.
So I can't hold him accountable for that. I hold him accountable for the side baby.
Back to the conversation. They was on the break, okay? They was on the break. He
said they was on the break. We were on a break. Shout out to everybody who watched Friends.
Denise said, Andrea, say it again. So Denise said, say it again, Andrea, for people in the back. Y'all know she wear the pants over there. Come on now.
Joanna says, Chef, what if it has nothing to do with their environment, but actually occurs in the womb? Please talk about. I can't talk about that aspect. I've only been in the womb once. Just once. It was a pretty dope swim, you know. But
best swim you ever had.
I'm smart enough to know when I'm too dumb to comment on a particular concept that I'm not familiar with. So
that makes 2 of us.
You know,
3 of us.
Gender choice, or within the womb, being aware and self-awareness within the womb. You know, I think I'm pretty self-aware, but I'm not that aware. So I don't know about that one.
Joanna, I think that would be a breaking development in the world, but in America in specific, because if that science has been proven, I think somebody would have like made a big deal about it, and it would be on every single show intentionally, nationally. So I haven't heard anything to make a definitive stance that science has taken about whether that's something that can be determined prenatal, or I don't even know if that's the official word. I'm trying to sound smart, but what I'm saying is that inside things that happen inside the womb are still being discovered that's almost like finding out what's going on under the ocean. You know a lot, but you don't know everything. So I don't know if there's a definitive enough science right this moment, even though we're headed that way with the genomics. But I can't say that anyone's willing to jump out on a ledge and say, yes, you can prevent it, or no, you can't, or yes, it's something that you get at birth, or no, it's something that is acquired later as nurture. You know what I mean? Based on a event or multiple events that have induced a state. Is it a mental state? Is it a physical state? Is it trans? What do you call that? When you're this body dysmorphia? It's like
Yeah,
a
dysmorphia.
yeah. And so it's things of that nature that already exist, concepts that exist, but they're all theoretical at this juncture. So it'll be hard. It'll hard for non-scientists to go into the science.
Got it. So Joanna states, sometimes in the womb, the zygote receives more or less estrogen and testosterone. And then, so yes, I understand in terms of the estrogen versus testosterone, right? But then indigenous homosexuality is produced. Wow. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, you gotta Google that shit, bro.
Right. Indigenous homosexuality. That's some.
But this is what I was saying about Wade, right? Initially, if you remember, because I think LeBron was still in Miami. I was riding real pause hard from Miami at the time. It was pre-pause. I gave you one of that post. Listen.
Yes, LeBron was in Miami. I'm trying to say.
Hey, can we say pause this episode? Is that offensive?
Okay.
Hey, listen. He came out initially and said that he wasn't really with it, and like he was going to straighten it out. And they jumped all over him and was like, "Yo, what kind of individual is you to do that to your child?" And he said, "You know what?" He backed off of it. Then he said, "I'm gonna go get some advisement and seek some counseling about it." And then he came back and was like, "Now I'm the biggest ally, the biggest supporter," and now almost kind of like they pressured him into supporting the entire movement as opposed to just his child.
I said that.
I don't know.
And if you say that, some people consider that some level of sacrifice.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, you said it, not me. I'm not gonna. I asked the question to my girlfriend, my other partner. It's all hot air. I said this to her when I first heard about this. I said, "Are they pushing this agenda on our children and not giving us a right to say we don't want this?"
That kind of ties into what I was saying in the beginning. When I was saying that as parents, now, before we used to be able to do whatever to raise our kids. You can't even, some people may be against corporal punishment or for it, but giving a joke, you can't even whoop your kid's ass anymore because, by the time they reach pre-K, they teaching them 1-800 numbers they could call.
Yes.
So things done changed. And as we move forward, I believe that things are changing in a way where we're having to learn a new language. We're going to have to learn a new language. Somebody told me about Kevin Hart. It's there's a lot of changes. How do we deal with it? What do we do? Because Gabrielle says, unless you're homeschooling, the kids belong to the system.
Unless you're homeschooling, the kid belongs to the system.
That's all facts.
It's absolutely a fact.
Yes. But at the same time, yes, the kid belongs to a system, but don't you have a right as a parent to say, look, I want to teach this in my house and this is what I prefer at the same time my kids are going to school?
Then they say, nah, you go ahead and teach the rest of that shit too. Because we're not going to make a separate curriculum for your child.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, so my kids, yes, my kids are learning what's going on in school. But at the same time is I'm teaching my kids my morals and values and what I want in my life.
I'll tell you this. When I was coming up, right, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, right?
Yes.
So we couldn't say the pledge. And that was a big thing back then. Everybody you'll stand up and you will cover your heart. So the one thing that I was told to do was I could stand, but I did not. They made a special rule just for me that, hey, this dude right here, he don't got to say it. And all the kids was like, well, he ain't got to say the pledge. You know what I'm saying? But the whole idea is that individually, you may be able to negotiate that, but to make a blanket rule that says, hey, as a parent, you can opt out. You can't opt out from vaccines. You know what I'm saying? Jabs of all kinds. They say your kid will have this or they can't attend this school. So at the end of the day, I would like them to be an option where you should be able to opt out and say, hey, I would prefer to teach my own child about sexual education. Would you please allow them to be excused during this time or miss these days as an excused absence? But I don't know if that's something that's doable or not. I think there would have to be a larger outcry. There's a lot of people in this society that are rooting in the other direction. The whole society is over sexualized, not just the children. It's a plague amongst all the houses.
So look what E Black. I don't know if you can see what E Black has up on the screen. He says, "I'm sorry. With the current two-parent system, homeschooling is not an answer."
Yes, it's not. He's right. So
wait, what you mean?
Basically, you got two parents. How you homeschooling some kids when you ain't home? When you at work?
That's a goddamn. That's the truth. Hey, your ass better work from home. be on the damn computer with the kids.
Like, how you homeschool some kids when you ain't at home? You at work.
That's funny.
That's the damn truth.
But I'm
especially in single parent households.
Yeah, yes.
So you banking on that school to take them kids for 8 hours so you can go try to get it in.
Look, I've been off work for a week. The kids been homeschooled for a doggone week. They got school tomorrow. I'm already there. I got the clothes ready. I'm ready to go to school. School's been out too long.
Hey man, they don't want y'all kids no way. Every third Friday is a teacher work day. Christmas and Thanksgiving is the longest ever. I'm like, they out for how long? Man, let me tell you something, man. Them teachers don't want to teach no more. Not for real. There's a handful of them that do.
But I do agree that yes, our kids go to the system, go to the school. But as a parent, you still have the right to teach your children what you want them to learn and what you want them to have in their morals and values, in their beliefs. Because at the end of the day, I remember my parents had beliefs that we went to church every Sunday, and we went to Bible study every Sunday. We went to Bible study on Wednesday night. So what are you talking about? We still have beliefs. We went to school, but they still have beliefs, and we followed by.
So where is the divide? What should you be able to opt out of in a public school system concerning the curriculum or education? Should you be able to say, you know what? No health class for my child.
At what age? If you say no health class? At what age you say no health class?
you would have to make that determination as a parent. But you should be able to, in my opinion, opt out at the ages that you find inappropriate. I don't care if it's all the way through. You may have to find a substitute to make up for the credits. You might have to do home ec instead, or whatever the hell else are the options. But
something got to give.
Something got to give.
So you don't think health? You don't think health? When did I start learning that in junior high? I was at junior high. I learned health education. Was it junior high? I believe it was junior high. So you don't think that you should be teaching health education and is that kind of stuff in junior high when hormones is acting up and people acting up in junior high? Come on now. Vic,
what you say?
You don't think that the kids should be learning health education in junior high?
What are they actually teaching your kids in health education?
I don't know. I'm asking you the question. Don't ask me. Don't turn around and ask me a question with a question. That's not fair either.
You said should they be teaching health?
Yes, in junior high.
The question is, what are they teaching? I don't really remember much from health other than sex education.
Okay, I don't remember it too, but what I'm saying is
that's your favorite part. You was awake for that part, wasn't you?
Hey, that's the only part I paid attention, yo.
What I'm
like,
saying,
wait, yo, when we get to watch the girl video?
What I'm saying is that's be taught in junior high. In junior high. Well, that's why that's be taught in junior high.
Anatomy. Listen, man, I'm not even gonna play no games. They don't need no health class to learn about sex. They got YouTube and the rest of the internet, and y'all ain't putting no parental controls on your shit. And if you do, they know how to take them off and hide all the dirt. And they doing all kinds of dirt, and they filling, and they hunching, and they actually fucking and sucking in middle school right now. And they don't need no class to tell them. And that's the fucking truth. And it wouldn't matter which gender preference.
Okay, so go back to that picture. Go back to the same picture that stay on topic. Back to that picture that it says he hugging up or at kissing at 14. So either you saying she's watching this at home with people doing it, or she's watching this on the internet, seeing some other kids on YouTube, blah blah blah.
All of the above.
All the above. So at the end of the day, it's still inappropriate for them to put that out there for her to be judged, jury, and executed.
Because do you think the social outcry?
If you
think the social outcry is affecting her?
What'd you say?
Do you think the social outcry is affecting the child? As far as the negative comments,
she ain't watching. You can't tell me she ain't looking at the comments. You can't tell me she ain't looking at some of the rude comments people are leaving. Come on now, she is. And I don't care how Dwayne Wade say I'm trying to protect my daughter, blah blah blah. Because he wouldn't got if he didn't have a problem, he wouldn't get online today and say stop being homophobic. So it's affecting them. So to me, as a parent, ain't no way hell I'm gonna put that picture out because I'm gonna protect my daughter.
He said what did he say? Who did he tell stop being homophobic?
Today he put a thing out and said stop being homophobic.
Okay.
So to me, if he want to protect his daughter, why are you putting that picture out there? Because that should stay private.
Yeah, okay, I think so that we as parents, we're charged with the responsibility of also shielding our kids. We're responsible for shelter. Shelter is not just shelter as in the walls of a house. Shelter is also in terms of the garments that we put to shelter them from the cold, the lessons we provide them to shelter them from the environment and to shelter them from, the morality stuff, to shelter them from evil. Even.
She can't handle. I can handle the internet, but I'm 47 years old. She's only 14. That's you shaping the mind of a child because she's a child to me. You're shaping her mind. She's getting all the bad publicity and everybody putting their comments, judge, jury, and conviction on her. Ain't no way hell I'll put my daughter out there like that.
Okay, so stop there, right?
Okay.
So let's say let's think about it from Dwayne Wade's eyes right now.
Okay.
He has, I think, 3 sons, but
Yes.
at least 2.
Yes, he has 3
And
sons.
and you know, he's watching his children, trying to groom them up, you know what I mean, and make sure that they're successful. And one of them throws a bomb in his lap and says, "Hey, by the way, Dad, whatever you was thinking, scratch that shit. I got other ideas."
Mm-hmm.
His friends are in his ear. His teammates are in his ear. People
Mm-hmm.
that he know and trust and care about are in his ear saying this thing and that thing. One is saying one thing, one is saying the other. And he's trying to make a decision because he knows he's the ultimate influence on his child.
True.
He chooses to support what his child is doing, whether he's correct or incorrect about that. Now, here's the kicker. At some point, this child is going to be an adult.
Yes, right. At some point. She's only
But
14
this
now.
child will still be Dwayne Wade's child.
True.
So the child will be in a public. I don't like the gender. I don't do that. So at some point, the child's gonna be Zaya is gonna be in the public eye at some point, even if it's not now. If he said I'll protect her, I don't want no cameras over here. Don't take no pictures of my child. Blah blah blah. He keeps his child protected until they're 18 and go out into the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they're bombarded for the first time with all of these questions, with all of these comments, with all of this extra that they're not prepared for. So is this some kind of a callous or a grooming or a toughening process? Preparing.
I would say, Vic, I would say different in different to this. If this is Susie on across the street and she wasn't famous, yes. But Dwayne Wade has been in the NBA almost 15, 13 years. He don't got media training, so he know what the deal is. So don't tell me he don't know. Yes, he do. So he know what he's doing, okay? But if this Susie across the street, she ain't got no media training. She barely navigating this situation. But to me, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union is an actress. She could cry on a dime. She got media training too. So they are very equipped to handle all this.
Man, listen, I'm so happy that I got somebody as brave as you to be able to attack these things with your level of conviction and honesty and candor, because I'm still being respectful in terms of learning how to dance around the quagmire of words, especially when it comes to a topic that can move so many people, you know, and it impacts a lot of people. So let's come back and go take a look at some of the comments. Joanna said you can influence your offspring, but as for education, even at home, you must follow Department of Education curriculum to graduate them. Excuse me. You do not own your offspring. The state does. So, yes, you can influence your offspring, and it doesn't state that you must follow their curriculum. You just have to make sure that the children are up to speed for the required testing, but you actually control the curriculum. So it's not that you must follow the curriculum. You must cover the material structured within the curriculum. But since you're the person that's delivering that training, you actually select and set the curriculum and structure, which means you'll be able to interpolate a couple of things and, you know, add certain facts and flesh certain ideas out more than what the curriculum is given. So pretty much as long as they're able to pass those tests when it comes time, you're straight. So I don't fully believe that they have full sway over the homeschooling curriculum. They just tell you, as long as they know this stuff and they pass these tests here, they're good. Keep doing your thing. Vaughn Bryant said, I didn't allow my son to participate in any of the sex education programs at school. I wanted him to learn from his parents. The system is too corrupt for me to trust it. I'm going to have to throw a pause in there for you, Vaughn. He said, I wanted him to learn from his parents, but you get the joke. What does that look?
Yeah, hey. Jim Jones, mama. You always do that.
How does that look? That's another question. Like, how does that look?
Teaching your own child sexual education?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, no, true. That shit was.
You better
hard.
go to health class and watch that video.
Dude, that was hard. Having that conversation, dude. I'm glad they had that health class.
With the little video with the image of the thing going, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. My Dukes always try to teach us. She say, y'all can bring anything to me. She was always open that way. Drugs, girls, sex, anything. She left the door open, but not one of her children ever took her up on that offer because it's just uncomfortable. Because she used to tell us about condoms and shit like that. Like, mom, go ahead. Hell, mom, chill. Nobody's trying to stay for that lesson. So sometimes it takes a stranger. My uncle taught me what I know. You know what I'm saying? My cousins taught me what I know. You know what I mean? It's like socialization, learning through socialization. And that's a lot of times where incorrect and misinformation comes from, and it allows people to go and people do that anyway. You can teach them the correct way, but then they're gonna relearn through the sources that they trust.
That's true.
That is true.
So, what do we do? What do we do?
Don't play no goddamn boy. Shit. Pray. Watch as well as pray.
Shoot, just try to shoot. Yeah, man, just pray for our children. Shoot, and do the best we can.
You can't keep them from social media.
No,
you won't be able to do it. They'll find a way to it. You can homeschool them all you want, but at some point they're gonna go to the world, and they're gonna be even more unprepared and more easily misled.
Manipulated. They'll be manipulated.
You see what I'm saying? So there's a counter to every argument. You damned if you do, you damned if you don't. Which is why I say let's cut the brother Dwayne Wade some slack, because he's living in cancel culture. He can't say the right thing. He's gonna be ridiculed by his peers and people who disagree with his movements. And if he goes along with what they say, he's going to be ridiculed by the rest of the world. So there is no safe space for him to stand in. So he just had to choose a side, which was the side of his child. So in all honesty, especially knowing that it's something that he didn't agree with, this ain't something he was like, oh man, yeah, I'm with that. He had to recondition his mind to accept it. Do you know what that would do to a man?
Trigger alert.
You know what I mean? To know, to be thinking. I mean, we make jokes all the time about the difference in parenting between men and women, as far as how a man raises his daughter in a protective state versus how he encourages his son to be, sometimes, depending on the household. But you know, like if you caught your son knee deep at 15 years old, you'd be upset, but you wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? But if you caught him back there, you know what I'm saying, doing something with somebody you didn't expect it to be, it would be less about, it would be more about you, or more about, and that's why I say what it's Joanna had the comment earlier about to whose benefit would it be hiding it. And I think a lot of people live inside of that ruse because they not ready to deal with whatever that they parents be knowing, but they're not ready to deal with it. And everybody's okay just walking by it as if it doesn't exist. But I don't, let me leave it at that, because this is one of them subjects you can't just run off at the mouth about.
I mean, you flowing, you cooking, son.
I'm gonna think it over a little bit more.
I mean,
Put it in the warmer.
you said what the real deal is.
So, Andrea, I'm gonna ask you that question. All right, I'm gonna ask you that question. You know, and trust me, we're not gonna be on this topic all night. You know what I mean? Right? I just want to ask you that question. Your 11-year-old comes to you to tell you about them feelings, about what they think. I want you to tell me how that conversation looks from Mama Andrea's side.
Jesus. My 11-year-old comes to talk to me about what, sex education, what sex, what he's talking to me about, what we having the conversation about. Like his feelings.
Zaya Wade stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm gonna have to get some people to help me with this conversation. Okay. I'm really am, because I'm not equipped. I'm not equipped with the level of understanding. Because I don't have anybody like that. But I try to talk to my brother about it. But the thing is, the way I understand, my parents were so hard and so difficult. I'm a little more open. And as I'm a little more open to have the conversation, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. It'll be hard for me. Put it that way. And I'm trying to find the right words to say to my child to support him.
I don't know how I'd react.
Well, you know, I wouldn't freak out. I wouldn't freak out, because if I freak out and my child see freak out in me, then he's gonna be looking to talk to me. So I'm gonna have to navigate this in a way that I'm gonna have to not be the no, to try not to get my child to have a conversation. So I'm gonna have to not freak out and not have it and like, oh, I'm not done. I don't want to hear this. I'm not gonna be that kind of parent. I'm gonna have to hear my child out, because I don't want to have a child that say he can't talk to me or she can't talk to me. So I'm gonna have to navigate it in a way that I can communicate the way, and I ain't perfect. You know, this is a hard conversation for mama too. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with my child too. This ain't easy for me either.
So, you know what? I do appreciate your honesty. And, you know, we definitely got somebody that don't want to leave us out on the island. So, my God. Hey, Blizzy, cook for him.
Yeah, I see y'all was on Avatar mode, so I was like, man, let me show up.
Fuck, why not?
My twisties ain't all right now. No, I'm joking. How y'all doing this evening?
Cooling.
We good.
Chilling, dancing around the fire, you know.
Yeah, you guys are definitely dancing around this one.
That motherfucker hot, boy. Hey, I got a question. I got a question. Blizz, you answer this.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. Back in the day, right? If you got caught smoking, right? What happened? Okay, you got into your daddy's cigarettes. What they gonna make you do, right? Smoke the whole pack, huh? Okay.
Yeah, they gonna
So
And a shot of whiskey. Burn your
yeah.
throat.
It's gonna be repercussions, but I come from a different standpoint. I'm the only son of my mom, so
okay,
yeah,
okay,
I,
okay.
I was a little bit. I gave a little bit. I got a little bit of grace. Trust me, I have a story about like at 16, my my then girlfriend. She faked like she was gonna do a sleepover, not a sleepover, but a track meet in LA, right? You know, and that was like a 1 day trip. But she came over my crib.
Snuck in on the window.
Nah, she was fully there. And mom just kind of let it pass through. So it was just like, she was kind of caught in between.
Ma knew what you was up to.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah and no, but yeah.
I think
So what if your mama knew it was gonna be a sleepover with a dude?
Oh, shut up, man! I look, look. That's no, that's that. You wow, but I
I'm
mean,
he's hitting a heavy point. Sometimes you just want to know for sure.
look, my mom was a cool ass female. You know, she's not like I wouldn't say she was strict, but she was strict enough. But she appreciated me being a young man, so she gave me a little bit of grace. I don't know if that's punting the question, but I definitely want to punt that question.
Hmm.
So your mom was cool with you having a sleepover, but basically what you saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, little different things, but like I said, I got in trouble for it. But she knew at that time I was just like I
Well, did
wasn't
she
going.
have the conversation with you about wrapping it up and all that stuff?
Well, she didn't have to because I was already going to Planned Parenthood, bringing home doggy bags.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I forgot you was how old?
Oh boy,
16.
you had all them directs.
I had no. I was throwing them things away. I only look. I only kept the KY and the tuxedos.
Tuxedos.
Yeah.
I don't know. You gotta educate me, but I don't know about no
That's too
tuxedos.
much information. It's okay.
They was
Put it in the back.
Yeah, them tuxedos was the one thing that I kept. But those anyway, why have we get there? Anyway, yeah. So my mom, like I said, my mom.
tuxedos. The fuck is that? What is that like? Some
See, y'all ready
homemade
to follow
cotton?
me off the rails? He
What's that
said
like? Pre
tuxedos like
rolls
we
or
all
some
knew what the
shit?
fuck that was.
Tuxedos. Damn,
Okay,
my bad.
All I
Damn.
know is
tuxedo,
directs and lifestyle, and none of them since fit.
lifestyle tuxedos.
Okay,
They were
lifestyles. Okay, got you.
they were they were the all black joints.
We know you from
What?
California, E Black. We know you from
Hey,
California.
that's some West Coast shit. I don't know nothing
Yeah,
about no
yeah.
tuxedos.
The
We know
tuxedos
you
was the
from
all black
California,
joints,
okay?
all black. So, but like my mom watched me when I was getting up. I was never scared of women, so it was just kind of like, she knew I was I was just that dude.
Mannish, a little mannish.
Yeah. So she already knew like I was never scared of girls. I would always have I wouldn't say I was like wild, but like I'd never like be scared of girls. Like anywhere we go, I'm popping at a girl, just getting a number and cupcake. So she knew that no matter what at that age, like she get especially, I'm like on the basketball team, like, I'm like there's not much at that age, at that point. Like
Okay, so do you think that picture of Zion and her new boo is inappropriate. How about that?
How old is they?
14.
That's subjective
Mm.
because
Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, I'm gonna give you some pushback. Your daughter, what? Is she 14? It's okay for her to be kissing her boyfriend, okay? And you taking pictures? Come on, E Black. I know who you are.
That's bias, Andrea. That's bias. Just ask the question.
no. I
That's
mean,
the question
I'm gonna answer the question. I'm gonna answer this question.
Okay.
If it's that one picture and she's never had a picture, I can honestly, and especially in celebratory manner, and the little dude been coming over my house, and you know, I posted for them. It's kind of like one of those subjective things.
He going out the house like
So
jazz.
you mean to tell me
Head
you
first.
okay with this?
Ah!
You really okay with this? Your 14-year-old daughter.
I just see two kids. I just see two young people kissing. Like, trust me. You know.
I'm gonna talk to your wife, Ebot. Okay, I know she ain't okay with this bullshit. No, not 14.
Hey, listen. If there was somebody who was gonna be hard on it, it'll be Dad.
But
Yeah.
but okay, think about it like this. When you
Okay.
went to the school dance, ninth grade, right?
Well, I didn't go to the school dance. I wasn't allowed to. Remember that?
Okay, all right. So you do. So your bias is there.
Okay.
Okay, so remember the school dance, and you had to sit on one knee, and she would sit on your lap, right?
Mhm.
Or you'd be behind her in the school little pick and the mall pick. You know, it's all
Oh,
kind of
okay,
yeah. It's in that line. And like I said, you know, we're moving into a new age of like social media posts. So, like I said, more than likely they posted it, not the kids. Now, if she posted it, then I'd have an issue because
Wait. So
Well,
what's the difference?
but we found okay. At the end of the day, she posted this on her own Instagram. None of
but
Wayne
more
showed
than
other
likely,
pictures.
but more than likely, they have way more control.
Let's say the
Okay,
child did it on their own.
Let's say they do. But do
Okay,
Dwayne
if they
Wade
do
and
it on
Gabrielle
their own,
Union has a right to protect them and not her get ridiculed and have bad comments in the comment section because you don't want your daughter to be people leave rude and nasty comments on the comment section.
I agree. You know, if this was, say, some people who are in middle class or lower middle class, yeah, I think this would probably be a problematic issue. I just think that these are upper class people who have great, like, come on now, look at that left picture. Come on now, that is a professional photo. That is not a photo that you just like, oh, you caught me slipping. I was looking like, come on, these are planned pictures.
And
with
that's
publicists.
that's what I say right now is, are they doing things right now for shock value to us?
That's fair.
That is fair. That is fair.
I mean, that's what I'm asking the question.
It could be both. It could be both. It could be a shock value, but it also could be a situation to where they're allowing a little certain freedom, but an expression. But I don't know.
Andre.
Yeah. Y'all, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be dancing with y'all. Look, play that merengue. We all gonna be line stepping in this.
Okay. Okay. You remember? Okay. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna just keep it gangster, right?
Okay.
Every guy I know has had the conversation. What would you do if your son was gay? And one of the answers that's always going to come out of a conversation of multiple men is, "I take him to a whorehouse."
Keep where I need to take a
I said it,
young lady. Chef, put what To Be Loved said on the screen.
Who? But
y'all don't agree with that?
Something about having to sneak that kept me aware that I needed to take my time as a young lady.
Having to sneak. Okay, now we talking. To Be Loved. I appreciate that question. It's very interesting because what it does is it reveals certain things, and it reveals certain things about the dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it literally lines into what I was stating earlier, and we're going to tie it in. She said there was something about having to sneak that kept me aware that I needed to take my time as a young lady. Why? There was a video I did a while back about shame, right?
Uh-huh.
Dude,
Shame is the thing that makes us almost fear other people and the opinions of other people. So we
right.
move in a certain way because we understand the way the minefield is of opinion. And that's how we learn it early. The minefield of opinion is shame. Don't you ever do that. Close your legs. This, that, and the other. Don't you talk like this to mama. Don't you do this. You better clean your room. Shame is something that we practice
Mm-hmm.
in terms of our kids.
Mm-hmm.
Shame is one of the antitheses or opposites of the ass whipping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait till I tell your favorite auntie about that bullshit you just said to me. Uh-huh. You better go clean your room.
True.
We utilize shame as a tactic of discipline. So when she states having to sneak, that was her having to navigate the minefield of shame, right? And in navigating a minefield, what do? You keep looking, you keep looking, you keep looking. You want to see where the mines are, not because the mines may be bad. No, potentially just because you want to know where they are and understand the different feelings. Having to sneak kept her aware. It also put her. Now, I'm speaking for you, but I'll speak for some others that I've heard in that situation. It made them really test if that thing they were going into was something that really was a part of them. Remember the kid that wants to start playing piano, the kid that wants to go into ballet, the kid that wants to do band. And then after that, they're like, nah, fuck it, I want to do pottery. That is the time where that kid is put to the fire to see if this is something that my heart really resonates for, or if this is just some sort of, temporary fancy, just something that I'm into right now. Made her aware that she needed to take her time as a young lady. Now, I'm not stating that to be loved is someone that's questioning their sexuality or what have you, but let's put it in the dynamic of questioning the sexuality. Think about it. That person too who's questioning their sexuality, if they have to deal with shame, if they're put in a position where they have to sneak around, that means they understand that there's something that they have to sneak away from, which is the shame. So there's some people that have gotten into the lifestyle. Who knows? Maybe they got into it and felt like that was it. I don't know. But you notice, To Be Loved said there's something about having a sneak that kept me aware that I needed to take my time as a young lady. Did you notice at the beginning of the show that I stated that I'm a father? I have a son, I have daughters. And understanding that I need to be aware of this whole dynamic and this new paradigm shift in understanding, which means that I have to take my time and be humble in terms of my level of thinking and my temperament when faced with certain images and certain things, because I know what it is.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So, To Be Loved, you said it 100%. You're speaking from the daughter's standpoint or the child's standpoint, and I'm speaking from the parental standpoint, but I think we both fall within the same dynamic. Hold on 1 second. Somebody's trying. One of y'all cook for a minute. I'm trying to get somebody to join here real quick. Bear with me.
I wanna touch on what you said, Chef. Pause. What I'm saying is this, right? So maybe it sounded a little ignorant what I was just saying about men in their conversations and them saying that they would take their child or their boy child to a whorehouse to, I don't know, hey, try it again. You're not sure about it? Hey, pussy so good, you must ain't tried the right set. Try some of this. I'm sure you'll like it. And I think it's all, put it like this. Shame establishes boundaries. Now, whether people want to cross those boundaries at a later date, or that because of that shame or because of those boundaries, people are tempted to cross those boundaries, the forbidden fruit theory. Regardless of that, what's happening is, as a child grows, we're setting these lines around them, these invisible barriers, and let's just say I'm going somewhere with this, but I don't want to lose it. So black Andrea, y'all cook for a second. I want this thought to come through in its completion, and I can't do it justice if I don't have it all lined up. Come on.
Look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm a little too liberal for this conversation.
You're a little too. What you talking about? You too liberal? Let's start that bullshit tonight. What you mean you too liberal?
I'm a little too liberal.
California, you live in the Bay Area. Don't start that bullshit. I know where you from.
Yeah, so I went to school, Andrea. Like my high school was 2 blocks away from Castro.
Okay.
So you already know how I feel about
the Castro. Yee.
Yeah, so it's like, and I came out straight man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think a lot of things that we fear may not be as much as what we think. Men and boys think as men and boys. Women and girls think as women and girls. And those who are in between are either trying to find that special sweet spot to where they can feel safe. And it's all about their environment and whether it's allowed to be.
You talking about finding your sweet spot in the Castro. Pause.
See, but you know what I'm saying.
Let To Be Loved come up here, if you don't mind, please.
But who?
To Be Loved.
That's a whole girl. She talking to shit.
Yeah, I'm talking to shit.
Hey, check it. I got the thought back, right?
Hit me on the email, To Be Loved. Hold on.
What the email?
Yeah, I got you.
So check me out, right? So this what I'm speaking on, right? So when your father says, hey, or whoever, your authoritarian says, hey, because you've been smoking cigarettes, you're gonna, not only are you not gonna not smoke cigarettes, you're gonna smoke the whole fucking pack, because I want you to see what an overindulgence of this will bring, the negative effects of what you think you're ready for. I'm gonna shock it out of you. So there's 2 parallels there, and what I think is happening is you have to establish whether what you're trying to shame your child into not doing or into doing is right or wrong, because there's no need for shame if the thing that you're saying is subjective.
So are you saying you believe Dwayne Wade and his partners and his friends shamed him for not basically not on board in the beginning, and now after they had the conversation that he hit submission and said, I'm on board now? I'm asking the question to you, Vic.
Whoa. You said his partners were shaming him, and how? Hold on, how do we get this hitting submission?
Not submission, but whatever it comes to the conclusion that he came to.
What I'm saying is, take it off of Dwayne Wade and take it off of celebrities, and let's just talk about real, regular, everyday people, right?
Okay.
If you can't determine for yourself what is right or wrong, how in the hell are you going to tell your child or explain to your child why what they feel and what they feel is natural, not a fad, but they feel say, hey, listen, I feel like this. How are you going to tell them this wrong if you can't tell them why it's wrong? You can't keep nobody off of that. God said, hey, you see, all of this is y'all's. Fuck with all of this, but see this one right here, don't fuck with it. What's the first thing they do? Go fuck with the one you say don't fuck with.
Yes.
A lot of people's moniker is if you want me to do something, tell me not to do it. So at the end of the day, if you're telling somebody what not to do, you need to also tell them why not. And if you don't got that answer, then you might not be the one that need to be speaking.
All right. So listen up, y'all. It was bring up what I call her the Louisiana Flame. All right. That's mine. Ain't nobody used that one on her. You know what I mean? But she got an even cooler name called Red Lipstick Vibes. But my nickname is the Louisiana Flame. She put that shit on everything.
Hey guys.
What's going on? How are you?
Hi sis, how are you?
What's up, Red?
What's going on, Red? How are you?
Shorty Red.
Do you have a new avatar?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'll be noticing.
I'll be noticing, man. Don't be noticing more than I'll be noticing now.
Nah, I'll be noticing everything.
Hey, your ass gonna be on the couch with y'all noticing
that. Be noticing the couch.
I see we talking about children, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
All this mess that's going on in these celebrity streets.
Celebrity. Say what you want to say, Red.
Yes.
I mean, you know.
Oh God, I see her neck already.
Hey, hold on. Before you go, Red, I need y'all to get the likes up, bro. Y'all tripping, y'all. Get the likes up. All right, go ahead.
Someone said it. I think it was Chef. No, I think it was Andrew. Somebody up here said it.
It's probably me because you know I be saying, "Girl, it's me."
I think, you know, first of all, he's too young. Look, I call them by what they were born. He's too young, and I think that those types of things should be kept private for now.
Yes.
Because he's so young, and you know those. I mean, adults fall apart with social media drama or social media rumors and things being shown on TV and the emotional implications that comes with that. I mean, and you're going to force this on a 14-year-old. I think that they're doing more harm than good by putting it out in the open, like, because you never know, when he's turned 16, he might change his mind.
Yes.
Or 18, he might change his mind, but you know, he can't go back on because everybody and their mama gonna remember he was kissing them. So it's like you're doing more damage than good.
That's what I said. I said, is they doing this for shock value? Because this is too much damage. And then you don't, if you want to protect your daughter, why you know what?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Protect your child.
Right.
Okay. If you want to protect your child, why would you put it out there for comments to be people are really judgment on the internet, judge, jury, and execution, because this can damage her.
And trust and believe other parents are reading and seeing it.
Yes.
Other kids are reading and seeing it. This child may literally be bullied. And you know what happens when kids get bullied? You know, there is, you know, deletion of themselves and stuff like that. So yeah, I think this is not going to turn out good. I don't think it's going to turn out good.
I ain't the only one feel this way. This is bad.
I don't know.
Can you tell me why?
I don't know.
Why would you think that this would have an adverse outcome?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think it's going to have an adverse outcome because children now are ruthless and they're savages. And as you know, we can see it on the news all the time when young people are being bullied because of their sexuality or they're different. They, for whatever reason, that's why they go home and get, a weapon and to try to delete the whole school because of they being bullied because they're not the same. If you get what I'm saying.
No question. I'm gonna cut you off just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Joanna, something kind of based on what you were talking about, and it's literally the lyrics from a song where the song lyrics go, Billy Joe McAllister jumped off the Tallahassee Bridge. They actually did a movie behind that song. Yeah. What was it? Rob, I forgot the dude. I forgot who it was, but pretty much it was about Billy. It was called Ode to Billy Joe. It talked about Billy Joe McAllister, who was going through feelings. There was also a movie about someone named Tina Brandon, right?
Yeah, I remember
they
that.
They did a whole, and they had the whole Tina Brandon case. They did the movie. It was Boys Don't Cry. Boys Don't Cry, and they had Hilary Swank playing Tina Brandon, and it was literally about someone to change their name to Tina, someone named Tina Brandon that started living their life, and eventually they were deleted as a result of their choices. Brandon, Tina.
Yeah.
Crazy story. So we do understand that there are deep implications to some of those choices, but not from the inside, from the environment. And that's where one of the things that When to Be Loved made that statement about understanding, and I connected it to shame. This statement right here, something about having the sneak that kept me aware that I needed to take my time as a young lady. What that meant to me is she knew about the way people think and how the way society would have an impact. So she had to be extra careful to make sure she was vetting her personal decisions.
Yeah.
But don't let me sit here and speak for a flower. I'm going to let her speak for herself. What's up to me, love? What's going on? Hi. I wanted to give you enough time to correct me and tell me don't put words in my mouth.
Yes, we 3 and 3. I like this.
It's good. Oh yeah,
let's make some job. That's pretty much what I was saying. For a second, I thought, wait a minute, he talked. It wasn't because of shame, but I do understand where you sometimes those things are interchangeable in a way, and shame is a consequence of doing something that you regret. And so it was more, of the women around me teaching me about how to not do things that I might regret later and make sure that it's something I really want to do before I do something. Yeah. And I think that sometimes we not taking the time out. Like my stance really was, about it was more about that the young lady's 14. And that Gabrielle and Dwayne have another young daughter, right? And I wonder if those same rules will apply to their youngest daughter, as they when she wants a boy to come over, and it's Easter Sunday, and you lay up, booed up on the couch on Easter Sunday in my living room. I wonder if those same rules will apply, because I mean. I don't think they would.
It's going to be a double standard when it comes to the girls.
Yeah, right. And that's all my thing was, because technically, I mean, if if I'm respecting what I'm being asked to respect, this is a young lady talking about. Yes. Right?
Yep.
Dwayne, Gabby, this is a
Hold
young
on.
lady we talking
Hold
about,
on.
right?
Hold on.
This your young daughter.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
right?
on.
You want me
If
to
we
buy
gonna
it?
go with
Hey,
their
you cooking,
narrative,
huh?
Hold on.
Girl, it says
that's
girl.
their narrative.
This is
Hold
a young
on.
lady.
To be
with
loved
that,
came in with them spicy peppers. Come with it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Keep it coming.
I
Bring it
just
on,
want
I'm
you.
just
bring
saying,
it
we
on.
gonna go
all-
with what you saying.
All
And so
I'm
I'm like,
saying.
okay, is that same rule gonna apply? Because
Exactly.
that
You
Okay.
gotta
was
work
not-
around the estrogen, E Black.
I know, and I love the ladies, but I would love to show y'all my freshman pictures, the school dances.
Mhm.
E, do you have a daughter?
Yes, but
Yes,
I
he
also
does.
have, but I also understand life too.
Mhm.
I understand. I don't have a daughter. I have 2 sons,
Yeah,
and I also taught them to be protective about their bodies as well.
understood. But
You know what I mean? The same
Yes.
rule that I would
I
have
like
told
that.
my daughters if I
Yeah.
had daughters. I told my sons.
Mhm.
They
I
got to be just as picky. They as far as I'm concerned, they kings, right? So you got to be just as careful in your vetting process as I would tell a daughter of mine.
all I'm saying is, my 9th grade year, 14. The pictures that I could show you from 1994 don't match the theory that we talking about.
I cannot.
We was wild during that time.
I just cannot.
he said, who you think you fooling?
Yeah, like that's
God.
We heard about you. We heard about you.
finger waves.
E is the reason why my husband wasn't my boyfriend in high school. He was just my friend.
Okay.
And I was cool with him going to find out as much about himself through between the legs of other girls as he possibly could, because between minds wasn't where he was gonna find himself.
Well,
I
Black
appreciate that.
E Black will be the reason why my parents sent me to an all-girl white school.
Period.
Last of the dying breed.
Hey, trust me,
did it.
Hey, trust me, I didn't.
They done sent me away, baby.
Hold on, I done threw some rocks. I done threw some rocks at some windows before. Come on now.
I was with the nuns, baby.
No, I done threw some rocks at some windows late at night. Look,
you want to go get up in there?
Look,
they had barbed wires on the door.
Barbed wires.
You weren't getting in, you weren't getting out.
I ain't meant to leave you like that, E Black, when the daddy woke up, okay? But there wasn't no point in both of us getting our ass kicked.
But come on now, we all look, man. That I just want us to like have a real conversation, because let's be real about it. Come on now, there's gonna be like, I'm
being real. My husband was you. I'm being perfectly real. I'm also being real. As Andre, I'm being real when I say I didn't have that much to fight about, because it wasn't like I had boys like killing my dough down either. I feel bad for my friends who was 12, 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, and they already had the boys at them. Right? I was still playing with my Barbie dolls and reading books.
Okay, yeah.
Like it wasn't even on my radar, right? For as long as some other women.
Love.
So
yes, girl.
I'm real. Like they had a much harder fight than me. Right?
Yeah.
Man, y'all don't want to have a tough conversation. Y'all don't want to have a tough conversation.
Yeah.
Y'all want to pretend like y'all was some good.
I was beating the boys.
Your ass was locked in the house. You were trying your damnedest to get out.
They weren't talking to me when I wasn't pretty enough in high school. But as soon as I got out of high school and got my own money, and honey, they was knocking down my door then.
Okay.
You trying to knock your own door down. They had to lock your ass in.
Didn't want me. Back then you didn't want me. You didn't think I was pretty enough. But now
that lock was on the outside.
Oh my God, I cannot.
Hey, I'm
Look,
I just wanna look.
OG
I just
Dad
wanna
was
see.
not
I just wanna
playing
see.
with it. Okay, OG Dad was not playing with it.
I just want to
was
see
locked
y'all
down until
freshman
I was
pictures.
21.
I just want to
okay?
see y'all freshman pictures. I just want to look into your.
Oh my God, you want to see my freshman pictures? I look a hot mess. No, that's what you ain't
No.
gonna see.
Yeah.
I was cute.
Well, I was. I wasn't.
I'm gonna say
I was a
wasn't
chocolate
cute.
little
Hey,
drop.
we got some
At
late, we
that
got some late
time-
bloomers.
At
Yes,
that
I was a
time,
late
I didn't
bloomer,
see
okay?
it cute. So I would say
I think
wasn't cute
that's
'cause
one
I
of the
didn't feel
reasons
that
why
way.
my parents sent me away, because I was too cute for my own good.
Is that right? I would believe that. Hey, so should we bring back chastity belts?
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, come on.
For the boy,
Yeah,
for the
then
boys,
you
for the boys and the
kiss all you
girls.
want, man. You can kiss all you want, man.
Then all the young boys gonna start going to the people that you call unlock your door. Everybody gonna be a locksmith now.
Locksmith is gonna be in business.
You know they got an app for that, right?
There's an app for
They gonna have a hack for that shit too.
Yeah. You know, my thing is, I'm just looking at the age. I think
Okay, so look, what's too young? What age is too young? Everybody say an age, a real age. What age is too young for any child to be dabbling in these sexual activities?
Okay, so honestly, I think the whole thing of allowing her to transition to him, however it goes. Sorry to the LGBTQI community. I just don't know how to say it. I think when did it start? Like when he was 8 or something like that? I just think that's too young. It is too young to put that type of responsibility in saying, oh, you can do and be whatever, as far as sexuality is. I think that's just too young, because I think I read something when they were saying, like, if he wanted to have his cut and change over, he could, if he at that age, you know what I'm saying?
You can't get no tattoo.
And
you can't get your shit cut
they
off.
said something. Somebody said something about that he was going to be starting.
Yeah, and so
the hormones.
So I'm
the hormones make your balls shrink, and
it's a different process when you
turn
start
from a PENIS into CLITORIS.
Y'all gonna hit me for this statement, but y'all know that boy sweet.
But no, but what I'm saying is at such a young age,
effeminate,
right? And it's like, okay, he hasn't even experienced like a girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if he gets into high school and then he sees a girl that he like? You know what I'm saying? But you already turned him into a girl.
Well, if you go back and look,
you get what I'm saying? Do anybody understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
hey, Bruce Jenner said he going back.
But if you go back and look at some of his pictures, some of the pictures look like he want to be a boy, like he want to be a girl. If you go back and look at some of the pictures that he had posted of himself, Lord,
right?
Jesus.
So it's like, because kids change their mind so much when they're growing up. I mean,
so what I'm thinking is
that's the point.
They should not make it so permanent, because they would change their mind like the water that we drink. You know what I mean?
Okay,
so it's like.
Red, check this out though.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where the caveat comes in. If you would like to participate in team sports, particularly female team sports, you see how everything is changing now because of
we just had somebody in the Olympics.
So this is the caveat. They say that if you would like to qualify, you must have been started taking hormones at pubescent. Because once you start to receive those effects of testosterone at that age, and as a boy, you can't undo that with hormones later. So it's a permanent decision that has to be made at this point in this juncture. He can't wait.
I still say it's just That's just my thing.
But do we know that's what he wants?
Right.
That's what he said. Do he know that's what he wants?
It is too. I still say that's too young to put that in the hands
in the
of
comments.
a child.
I was just about to say in the comments.
So is the age the only thing that's a problem? Is the age the only thing that's a problem?
Your brain is not. You can't even say your ABCs correct, and you want to say, "Oh yeah, you can change it." No, come on, Vic.
For me, it's the age only because if I'm thinking about the child like I would any other child, right, and I'm not allowing her sexuality to play into it, then I'm just thinking about a young person at the age of 14.
Correct.
And so if I just leave it there and I'm just thinking about a young person at the age of 14, I do think that it's a little much, only because, this is one of the only reasons why I said I felt differently when Chef brought up shame based on my comment, because it was less about shame, and there is a certain validity to the dance, right? Like people talk about even in relationships, like, I don't like to play games. Check this out. We all play the game. Okay. We all do the dance. And you like the game, right? You like the flirtatiousness. You like all the things that come with the relationship. Part of growing up is that dance, right? Part of growing up for me was the dance that I couldn't wear my hair down until I was a certain age, unless it was Christmas or Easter. Part of the dance was that my mama went to the beauty shop and not me, right? Because that was a rite of passage that I got when I got to be a woman, right?
Yes.
Part of the dance is not being able to wear high heels until I was a certain age, right? There's a dance that's taking place. And I think that as a society, in a lot of ways, we're forgetting about that dance when it comes to our children, because those rites of passage are important, just like they're important in a village, right? They might, different things might take place at different ages in a village, in a more rural setting, but there's still rites of passage that take place, and our kids these days are missing that.
But then when I was 16, we had a actual party, a debutante thing where you had, the first time you can have a date.
Right. It was just certain.
And it was like the first time.
Cotillions. They used to have the cotillions.
Yes.
The first time you can wear heels, the first time you can wear your hair down, first time you can wear lip gloss.
And it may not be the first time you did those things, right? It may not be the first time you wore lip gloss. It may not be the first time that you wore your mother's heels, but it was the first time you came out and did it publicly.
Exactly.
Rites of passage.
Exactly.
Okay. Right? So, Andrea, let me just kind of reel you in on this one, right?
Okay.
So I know, because me and B was just talking.
No, y'all good. The thing is, it was an established rites of passage. When you look within the Jewish community, there's a thing called bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, right? And they normally occur at the age of 12, 13, once you've studied and been able to master, your text within the Torah, and you recite your text within the Torah in a ceremony. And when the Jewish community, when they have a bar mitzvah, it's, put it like this, it's the cost of 10 black people weddings. It's the cost of 10 black people weddings. Esso says there are no rites of passage for our community. A freaking bar mitzvah.
It used to be.
You know what? Let me go and pull something up so we can understand.
There used to be, even without it being like a religious thing or a cultural thing, because you remember where we come from and where the reference point from a lot of us is kind of made up, right? We don't have a village, right? We don't have all those cultural things necessarily that we know for fact come from us in our culture, especially us here that were born in the United States and bred here, right? We don't have that. like an Asian culture or a Filipino culture or all those cultures. So we borrow from other cultures, like the cotillions and the Sweet 16. We borrow that from other cultures. Ours traditionally in a village was much earlier because the age of adultism in a village back in the day was much earlier. Now it's later. I mean, we have rites of passage. We've just allowed them to fade away. These are things that for myself, I implemented in my own family on my own. I don't need society's permission. It's nice to have it to go along with it with me, but I don't need permit. You don't need permission to have rites of passage for your family.
What happened at 16? We used to, hey, the first one get their license, come get everybody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because that meant you did something, you did some things right. Your parents let you have a car. They trust you enough to go out by yourself.
Right.
You know what I mean? So on and so forth. That's usually when the nonsense started, but that was our rite of passage.
Right. And the thing is with rites of passage, like you said, a key thing, like you got rewarded, right? Your parents said you've done enough things. You've done the things that I've asked. So the reward is you and your friends don't act the fool, but you get to go out in a car that I paid the car note on. I paid the insurance on. I'm putting my money behind you, right? So now there's consequences if you don't do the right thing. If there's no rites of passage for young people and teenagers growing up into adulthood, what shame do they have of failing anything or anyone?
Exactly.
Ain't nobody to disappoint with no rules. If we just letting you do everything and anything willy-nilly because we don't want to put no rules on you, because society say that if we put the rule on you or we do this or we do that, you just gonna rebel or you just gonna call CPS or you just gonna do. Check this out. If I'm doing the right thing, CPS came to my house when I was raising my sons.
Okay.
I'm not raising inmates. Thank you very much. And I told her right to her face that and I did spank him. That's exactly what happened. And he turned right into me when I was going to swing the belt and it hit him in the face. God bless him. What I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you exactly how it went down. But check this out. He knew when he got that whooping, I don't do liars. And he lied to me, and he know what's the consequences, sir, when you lie? I get a spanking. So you knew before you lied to me that this was gonna be the consequence. Yes, ma'am. So what we talking about here?
So listen, you see the stuff that we got playing in the background, and I can't even lie, this wasn't planned, but it almost works perfectly when we talk about what we do in rites of passage. And I'm just showing you guys this is a typical bar mitzvah for a kid named Jack. What they do is at the age of 12 or 13, and once they've mastered the canonical text and can recite it, kind of like when we as kids learn how to do the the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, or Psalm 23. What happens is they celebrate them as a man, and they put a certain level of responsibility on them. But then what they do is they celebrate them so that their family and the community can show that kid how important that he is to them, even in terms of him not achieving any level of greatness, making him understand the level of greatness that you have within you, and showing the community behind you. Do you understand the kind of envelopes I've had? I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up and had several Jewish friends. Bruh, you talking about racks on racks. Where somebody at 12 years old can get them, will have enough seed money to create a crypto portfolio that they'll be a millionaire in 21. We don't do this kind of stuff, I believe, within our community as well. This is not something new. I've been to a few bar mitzvahs, and I was like, man, Sometimes they'll send, depending on the ones you go to and whose kids they are, they'll send you home with gifts
Gift bags, yeah.
that you could sell and and pay a mortgage with. They make a whole party, a
We do
whole
that now.
event.
Kids' birthday parties.
See, we do that at our kids' birthday parties. The thing is, though,
I mean, not. I shouldn't say
Shit, we don't do it like that.
I about to
we
say
don't.
because I don't, but I see people who do more for a first child's birthday party than they did for their wedding.
That
And I'll
party
be
is
like,
that's party for the
whoa.
adults.
Right, it's for the adults. I'll be like, can you remember your first birthday? Absolutely not.
Cake
Right,
and
but
ice
it
You
cream.
should have
is.
bought me some stock.
Here's the
You should
thing,
have
though.
opened me up
That's
a
a
It
bank
good
is for
point.
the
account.
adults. Watch this. I'm going to tell you this. It is for the adults. However, it's more so. Just like when you have those big political events, $25,000, $50,000 a table dinners, and all the entertainment and big stars who you might have to go to an arena to see is literally 30, 40 feet dancing and singing in front of you. What it is that the entertainment is there for those people, but those people that are all there, the parents look to those people as extremely important. Why? Why do the parents cater to those adults there? Because those adults are all coming together to
Celebrate
put
their
up their money, put those envelopes and all of that stuff to celebrate that kid, to let him know you are someone great and your destiny is great. And if this is the way it's starting, that means the next step has to be bigger. Your next moves have to be bigger.
Yeah.
So what this is showing them a level of promise. They do, these are parties that you would wait for somebody's wedding, a rich person's wedding, and this is celebrating a young child.
So what happens when the young child isn't capable of doing that caliber or the parents' caliber of things as they get older, and adulthood is a letdown?
It's not so. So watch this. It's not about them actually doing and achieving. You heard that statement. If you shoot for the moon, at least if you get to the stars, you've still succeeded out of the stratosphere of Earth. The thing is, it's about that drive. It's about that level of importance. It's about them knowing, yo, you got the community on your back. All of these people love you. All of these people are rooting for you. All of these people will support you. And they're even showing you before you even did a damn thing. All they wanted to make sure was that you understood and were able to read God's word.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's I can just say, okay, so with my side, my family is I had to do a trial sermon. So that means I had to study the word, I had to know the word, and then I had to do a trial sermon. And then that's when, I was given my love offering, as they would call it in the church. So that was like part of my I guess you can say rite of passage. Like you had to do that within my church organization. When you turn a certain age, you have to do this trial sermon. You have to know certain things in the Bible, and you test it. So yeah, it's pretty similar to what we were just talking about with the Jewish community, and you had to do it. So yeah.
So, in terms of the bar mitzvahs and the bat mitzvahs,
can I ask a question, Chef?
Go ahead, do your thing, Blizzy. Go ahead.
Are we comparing ourselves too much to our counterparts rather than appreciating our own African traditions? For instance, when we get married, do we jump the broom? Is that
answer that?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
No. I want to answer it. And it's not that I'm cutting you off. I want to answer it, but I think the first part of the conversation, the first question or part of the question, was powerful within itself.
I understood.
So you said that, are we comparing ourselves to our counterparts? No. Watch this. Me, in certain situations, some people may consider you. Now, I was born in the United States, but You were born in the United States. You're a homie. You just come from a different part. But somebody may consider you my counterpart. Why? They may consider you my counterpart because they feel that my parents were born in Haiti, so I'm part of the diaspora, African diaspora or whatever. So they might consider you my counterpart. I don't consider you my counterpart. In this situation here, we're just simply talking about a separate religious-based culture and how that particular culture puts itself behind the man. You know, so it's not so much about comparing, it's about taking a look at what's done and the level of seriousness that's put behind the thought of those people that we see on the screen, the Jacks, the Liams, the Mia that we see. And in terms of at the age of 12 or 13, the level of responsibility that's put behind them. That's when they get their own bank account. That's when there's certain things. So it's not about comparison. It's not about comparison. Everybody I know knows that they feel I could cook my ass off, right? But then if I go and look at a Gordon Ramsay video, am I comparing myself? No.
Hell yeah.
I'm not comparing myself. It's funny. I'm not comparing myself. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the level of effectiveness of something that he does that I may not be doing right now.
Beat Bobby Flay.
Let me take a look. If I understand that a certain flavor changes the whole flavor dynamic of a dish, and I see somebody else using it, I'm like, let me take a look. That's how we learn. Right. That's one way of learning, you know, in terms of trial and error. But what makes trial and error the best is for you to be able to purvey the periphery. PTP, that's a chefism. You should be able to purvey the periphery. So you can use trial and error, but purvey the periphery so you can also learn from someone else's trial and error.
So
I don't consider it comparison. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, look at the situation and apply those things that apply to you if it's necessary. If not, then you leave other things behind.
Yeah,
exactly.
No,
Peace to 100 watts. Peace to 100 watts.
What up, 100?
What up, Watt?
Because I'll say it like this.
I thought that too at first about
because, like I said, what does it matter for 13 or 16-year-old black kid to have these type of rituals where, you know, it just doesn't matter to our community. What matters is us providing education and instilling certain things to face the reality. So I don't like a lot of times to compare ourselves because they have different rituals, they have different guidelines, and yeah, it may seem like they're better off, but behind all closed doors or behind all curtains is not always sunshine. And I just that's just my prevailing thought right now. Maybe I might be a little off, but I just don't like the comparison. Thank you,
I
hear you. Wait. Yo, you gonna go thank Esso real quick, right? But then watch this. You're gonna thank 100 watts as well. Good look. Excuse me. Where'd he go? Here we go. A healthy comparison can be a competitive motivation.
Exactly.
We are not, bro. If you grow 3 pounds of the best Texas indica you can, and I'm a farmer growing 1,000 pounds of some of the crazy kryptonite, you're doing something. I'm doing something different. And I believe that we have to stop. Hold on. I believe that we have to stop fighting comparison, because when we fight comparison, what happens is we eliminate our ability to change. It's okay to look at another menu and see what is successful. It's okay to see another gardener using a different kind of fertilizer. Your fertilizer may have eggs and eggshells and this and that. His may have eggshells, kiwi fruit, and cow shit, and it grows his stuff better. But I believe now it's going to be one of the things when Vic and I argue offline. I make these statements. I believe that we as a people tend to shy away from showing difference or learning from others because we put ourselves in an antithetical place and consider them counterparts. We consider them counterparts. Does a caterpillar consider a worm a counterpart? No. Those are beings that exist within the ecosystem, and they can both learn from each other within a specific place. So we got to be able to learn, man. I believe we got to be able to learn. I'm not saying that they are better than us. That's not what I'm stating. I'm stating that what's going on when we talk about the things that we're lacking within our community, some of the other communities, there's certain things that are focused on and focused upon. And maybe just the perspective of that lens will make us understand. Because remember, okay, said there wasn't no rabbit hole, but lied by omission. All right, smack me for it. It's okay. The point is this. We're talking about the decisions of a 13-year-old, 14-year-old. Remember, we started it off with Zaya Ward. And we talk about the importance of that are being made at this point in time, you know. And some folks are talking about how they're too young to make a decision. Some folks are saying that it's a decision we need to understand.
Chef,
we have to figure it out because
my bad, I'm sorry.
No, you could. We have to figure it out because at some point, the other folks, the ones that some folks consider more lucratively successful in terms of Jewish folks, we have to also pay attention. If I'm a team that keep getting beat by the Chicago Bulls from 92 to 97 at some point, I got to take a look at their playbook. I got to take a look at their offense, their defense.
He so did.
I got to take care.
They had Michael Jordan. Come on, that's a bad comparison. I'm sorry.
No, it's
that's
not.
the fact. No. Black made the point.
Not,
he made the point.
It's
you
not
can do whatever
fact.
you want. You can run a triangle all you want, but you ain't gonna never have Michael Jordan.
Thank you. And that was a good comparison because he knew he had to get stronger and physical because Detroit was tearing his behind up.
If I start comparing my relationship to yours, you feel me? Then I start feeling inadequate.
It's the same way.
But that's on you, though. That's on you.
I'm saying you as in anyone. But I'm saying if I don't take it as a motivator, and I take it as something that I would utilize as a self-deprecation tool, then now it has the opposite effect. It makes me feel inadequate. It makes me say, damn, my girl don't look at me like his girl look at him. I can't afford to buy her those nice things. But I don't, like she say, you don't know what's going on behind them folks' doors. And there's other contributing factors. They have a community to lean on. They have a community to come. They got funds and resources to throw a party where you can take the gifts and pay your mortgage with. These are the things that I'm saying that are already structures in place. Watch this, Chef.
So what's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? My question to you is this, because here's what you said, and this is where I gotta push back. What you stated was, why take that information and use it as self-deprecation? That's not what it is. Why take that information and use it? Take that information, chew the meat, spit out the bone. But if you see somebody that's doing something that can potentially be have a positive effect on you, on your community, on the men in your community, and you choose to ignore it because you feel as though you don't want them to know we've been doing shit wrong before, or you feel as though me shining light on what somebody's doing is casting an aspersion on yourself, then that's personal.
What does that say about you?
Right, that's personal.
No. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Thinks that way should be asking themselves, what does it say about me that's my perception?
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. I'm gonna tell you why
You
you are
gave
also incorrect in this place.
you gave two perceptions of the same situation. That one person
Exactly.
have this perception and another
Have,
person can think of it a different way. If I thought of it in what would be like the negative perception, right? That I don't have
half empty and half full. Yeah.
right. If I thought, I would be saying, what do I need to work on for me? That I there's a possibility for me to see this differently. But if I can't, that has to do with me. That doesn't have to do with the other people.
I'm gonna give you the game. I'm gonna give you the game,
Look,
right?
look. I'm gonna throw this tiny piece
Yeah.
because remember, we got tradition to go to church. You got some of these Jewish guys, Hebrew guys, that Judaic, folks that are not even like fully practicing, that have gone through some of these rites of passage, right? What rite of passage do we have right now that we use that celebrates our men, that makes them know that they're kings, masters of industry, all of these things?
We don't.
And we
High
don't,
value,
where people
man.
will pull money out of their own
High
pocket.
value, man.
People will pull
We
money
don't.
out of their own pocket to show and create and give him a stance,
The
give him
question was,
a
what's the
foundational
tradition that we have?
push.
What's the
All right,
tradition?
my bad.
sorry.
What the tradition
I'm-
was?
Go ahead.
And we don't have a uniform, any type of uniform tradition that says this is the introduction of a young king to the rest of the world. Pay attention, world, because we got a young king on the way, or queen.
Right.
We don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay,
I
would challenge. I would challenge
we
that.
don't have that, but
I
you
would
can
challenge
still
that.
have it in your own space. But as a unified sector, like he was saying, like a religious sector, they have that even for people, and people get to participate even when they're not full participants of the religion. They still get to participate in some of these rituals. We don't have that because a lot of us don't even know where we come from. I know.
You see that right there?
I know.
What you just did is self-deprecating.
No,
we don't
it's
got
not.
that.
It's the reality. I cannot tell you where my mother's mother, what village she came from. I can't. I don't have that ability. Now I know where I came from as far as my own like ancestors within the United States. But I don't know where I come from when I'm talking about my entire ancestry before my people were forced to come here. I don't know that part of the puzzle. People who chose to come here know where they came here from. They know where they boarded the boat at. I don't know.
You're illuminating my point, which is we didn't come from the same circumstances. I can compare myself to my brother because we got the same mama and we came up under the same conditions. We ate the same food, went to the same school, and dealt with the same conditions. So if I'm not measuring up to him, then I can make that comparison because we are from similar, if not the same circumstances. Even though he may have been born before I was and went through a different era, we have established a common ground. We don't got no common ground with certain people, and we don't even know enough to be making a comparison. So what I'm saying is that
poor Jewish people have bar mitzvahs
many
too.
Many chefs ruin the stew.
True.
You ever heard that?
Can you repeat that?
Too many chefs ruin the stew.
That's why I only got one up here.
Right.
Hey, that was for you. Okay, but what I'm saying is, when you say, "Oh, I'm gonna borrow a little bit for that," I heard this conversation before. I borrow a little bit from that. I borrow a little bit from that, and the Muslims do it like this, and the Jews do it like this, and that's how if we just take all them pieces and do it like nobody thought of that shit before.
That's not the conversation.
Plenty of people thought of that shit before. But what I'm saying is, you need the circumstances as well. So what happens is, this is what happens as a man. You compare, right, and you're motivated. Initially becomes motivation. You say, yes, we can. Hope and change. Shit gonna get right. And then what happens is reality starts to set in and you realize that you're gonna come up a little short. And what happens is every time you come up short, your effort becomes less and lessened because you're comparing yourself. You're not saying, hey, I've jumped higher than I did every time since then. You keep saying, hey, I'm missing this goal that they got over there. I'm missing their goal. You're not measuring your own. You got to compare yourself.
I don't use comparison in that way, though. I use comparison to say, what did he or she do to make it farther than me? Maybe I can use some of that in my regimen, right, to get me even farther than them. I don't look at people and compare myself and say because I don't compare myself to people who set themselves up for failure, but I do watch them.
Hey,
because I want to know the wrong road you're going down, so I don't go down that same one. Hey, I'm watching you.
I want to butt in, right? Y'all remember the Jamaican bobsled team?
Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
You remember what happened with them, right? They got put into a whole different environment, different sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what they tried to do was what? Implement another people's plan, right? And what ended up happening? They was all discombobulated. That's them people's plan. That's them people's thing.
Just do you better.
Do you better. Thank you. It don't matter what everybody going on. If we don't have no thing for 13, 16, that's fine. Let's try to create a system that can better us.
But that's what.
But trying to take a 16-year-old and throw cash at a 16-year-old who has no financial backing ain't gonna work.
No, it's not.
So that's the point. If we can't create falsehoods and we can't create settings that put them into a situation.
Why are you showing that movie?
I love it.
But
that's the reference point.
That's the good thing. Like, we should always look to the left and we should always look to the right and see whether we're able to keep up. But at the same time, we should be able to look to the left and look to the right and realize that we are in the same competition. And we should be gladful that we're alive to be in the same competition.
I agree. I think we all agree about the majority of things. We're just articulating our perspectives differently.
Yeah. I just saying we don't need white folks. That's all I'm saying.
I bet you won't just say it though. I bet you won't just say it. Hey, check this out, right? So my nephew, right? You know what I mean? When he was maybe 3, maybe 4 years old, right? He's just now learning to talk real good. He's a little slower at learning speech and everything like that. But what he loved was them damn videos. And he loved all them Disney videos. That's when we watch tapes and shit. Put a tape, he good. And he loved The Lion King. That's his favorite.
Oh.
And the bottom line is this. He started crawling around the house talking about he's Simba, right? Everybody thought it was funny and cute, kind of like he said, "Aw," right? But then it became an everyday thing. I'm Simba. I'm Simba. Like, only thing I answer to is Simba. I don't walk, I crawl. And then it stopped being funny, and then he started saying, hey, you get a little carried away with this Simba shit. Stand your ass up and walk. And at some point you had to check it and say, you know what? This ain't healthy for you long term, no matter how you feel inside of this moment.
Or what about saying, you know what? Simba is a lion. He's the king of the jungle. You know, you a king too.
Yep.
I mean, that was my approach with 2 sons.
So you tell them he a king too, but how
and they love the Lion King too. But I try to concentrate with children more on on saying what you can do, and I try as least as possible to say no and tell them what they can't do. Because it's something about it that breaks the spirit.
So let me do this. I want to do this just to kind of clarify, because we talked about, and I gave some words about what that process is.
Yeah.
Not to say comparisons of what we're doing wrong, to look at the things the meat that's on the bone from a different beast that we can chew and spit the bone out. So now what I'm going to do is this. Let me do this here. I'm going to share something from shit. Listen, I don't care what you say. I think everybody's favorite Jewish girl from our childhood. And if she ain't from your childhood, then you don't know. All right.
Is that girl from Saved by the
Don't
Bell?
have to follow through to
Nah. Nah. You ever heard of somebody named Blossom?
Oh, dang it.
Oh, Blossom she had got chunky.
The neuroscientist.
Bar mitzvah. I know it's
No,
like,
Blossom, Ma'am BLS
No,
from
He's a neuroscientist.
Blossom.
She's
Honey,
a
Six,
scientist
six.
in
She was Blossom. Right. So
Whoa.
it's not always about those bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs. Bat is for the women, bar is for the men. It's not always about them being some super extravagant experience, right? So, let's just get a little bit and see what Mayim was talking about.
my son just had a bar mitzvah. I know it's so exciting. Woo! Mazel tov. I bet there are many of you who know what a bar mitzvah is, but probably a lot of you who don't. Let's break it down. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, click the little bell icon so you get notifications about all of my videos, and make sure you go to Grok Nation
I'm finna be
for
on
a
Blossom.
super detailed explanation of what my bar mitzvah outfit looked like. That's what's really important. Anyway, number 1, what does bar mitzvah even mean? Well, bar mitzvah literally means son of the commandments. Bat mitzvah means daughter of the commandments. Pretty catchy, right? Historically speaking, when a boy turned 13, he was able to be counted in a minyan, or a prayer quorum of 10 people. He would recite a blessing over the person reading from the Torah on the Sabbath closest to his birthday, and boom, he was an adult. Done. Instant man. Instant Jewish man. Number 2, what's a bar mitzvah like now? Well, now bar mitzvah boys and girls don't just make a blessing over someone else reading from the Torah. They often read the Torah themselves on their bar mitzvah day. They may often lead the congregation in prayer, and if you're part of the conservative or reform denominations of Judaism, you may even take a more active part in planning the entire day. Girls in traditional communities actually become bat mitzvah at age 12 because girls mature faster. You know how that is. So do the Jews. In communities where women typically don't read from the Torah, they sometimes will do a charity project or a research project about their Torah portion, or in progressive communities, they have Torah services where only women are allowed and girls can read from the Torah for other women. Number 3, I know you want to know, what about the party? I know what you've heard. You've heard about Mariah Carey at people's bar mitzvahs and the Rockettes and DJs spinning hip tunes all night. You've heard about fountains of chocolate and limousines and parties costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yes, that does happen, but not in my house. While many people do devote a lot of time and money to the party, in our family, we devoted a lot of time to the learning, the Torah study, the speech writing, the boring stuff. Basically, I solidified my raising a child who, like me, hates fun. I'm kidding, but not really. In all seriousness, we had a lovely lunch at synagogue right after services, and a handful of kids came over to my ex-husband's house for pizza and dancing at night. We got balloons, we borrowed a friend's disco ball, done. Number 4, what about the money? I know some people think that all Jews think about is money. It is not true. Although it is true that traditional bar mitzvah gifts do tend to be monetary, and in denominations of 18, because in Hebrew, the word for life actually corresponds to the numerical equivalent of 18. We encouraged our son to donate 10% of his bar mitzvah earnings to charity, which he gladly agreed to, and the rest of it he wants to invest and not touch until he's 18. Number 5, the feelings. This rite of passage is huge. It is very significant. My firstborn is 13, but he still seems like so much of a little boy in the best ways. There are hints of maturity coming.
I don't want to kill the vibe, but I do want to do that little bit of fair use talk. We got Blossom dropping it in there. So let's please pay close attention to not just what takes place, but the actual mindset of why and the how. And this person is obviously a millionaire based on syndication and her net worth and all of that. So it's not just about the money. Well, let's keep this going.
Coming through. He carries himself a little bit differently. He's got like a little bit of a swagger now. His neck seems really long. He cares more about his appearance. He kind of speaks more formally. He's been studying
more of a man
part of this past year. He has learned the melodies and the words and the philosophy of our people. It was so powerful to see him up there in a suit, and he was so adorable. He was. This is my boy. This is my baby, and he's growing up. He's grown up. Becoming a bar mitzvah was a process he took on, which involved a tremendous amount of responsibility and him learning how to manage his time and his energy and his sense of commitment to the Jewish people. He also got to complain about all the things he didn't like, and he got fatigued about having to practice so much. And if nothing else, he perfected the art of eye rolling this year. Mom. I would love this child no matter what, but I have to say that this bar mitzvah process helped me love him in more ways than I even knew that I could, and I am so grateful for that.
I'm gonna throw something into your psyche real quick. I'm gonna throw something into your psyche real quick. I've raised children. Getting a child, okay, let me get dramatic on you. Hit you with some cam. Raising a child and understanding all of the subtle nuances of raising that child, their personality, the idiosyncrasies of how they feel versus realities of the environment and all of that stuff. To be able to look at your kid and not just say, oh yeah, they did this because they always did this. Yeah, they did this because they always did that. But having some sort of structural, measurable dynamics by which they can earn a certain level of honor. Because if you've ever had a homie, if you're Jewish, anybody that's there or of the Hebrew faith, understanding what bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs are, if you guys understand that they have to study the text and memorize it and perform it within a sonnet form. Adonai. And you know what I mean? Like, they literally have to learn it. Even kids that their parents don't go to the synagogue every week, you know, in order to go through it, you literally have to go through it. And it's a process. And your final test is the actual day of your bar mitzvah. Forget the pillars of Judaism that are structured within, you know, the bar mitzvah. Just think about it as if we as a people had, say, 12 pillars, just like within religion there's 10 commandments. If we had 12 pillars, and those 12 pillars were pillars that our young men needed to know, understand, and articulate with meaning, and that we celebrated them for that level of understanding, not just the bullshit going from PK to kindergarten, graduating from kindergarten to first grade, and then, you know, going from this grade to middle school. I'm talking deeper than that. The depth within the dynamic of providing them with a curriculum, structure, a level of understanding, articulation, and commitment to doing, let's make believe, these 12 things. We need to create a structure. We need to create a structure. We need to make them understand how powerful they are. We talk about baby boy. You know, that whole controversy about baby boy, that dynamic. We talk about baby boy. And baby boy, how old was he? 20 what?
He was grown. Shoot, dude, that hit mama house.
Right. And they're calling him baby boy when the others we learn finance from, we learn this from, we learn that from, but then now we say we don't want to be self-deprecating in terms of learning some of the things that they do. It doesn't say we're wrong. We can learn. We are a learning people. We got baby boys when other people is calling their boys men at 12 and 13 years old, right? So let me do this just so you understand, right? You understand, you guys heard the term Maasai warrior.
Let's see what's showing it.
Hey, Chef, I don't want you to get too far down the rabbit hole before I have a comment.
Talk to me.
I just want to make sure before you get down this rabbit hole.
You talking about hanging niggas up by their nipples?
It is. Right?
Oh my god. What is
red
wrong?
lipstick? Red lipstick. You from Louisiana, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so every birthday, what do us black people do?
We have second law.
Okay, but where do we put the money on our women?
Oh, we put it on the pin on our dresses.
And that's every birthday, right?
Yeah.
So we do have a ritual for sharing of gifts of money, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do.
Okay, so like I said, it's all transferable of what we see. Like I said, we're trying to compare apples to oranges. We not like them. They throwing money on 16. We've been throwing money at our kids since 5.
Oops. I forgot. So yeah, that part of me. Hey, educational, y'all. Educational. I went from the Maasai warrior coming of age, and
I knew you would go fuck up.
I hit the Zulus for a minute. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I got that off the screen. I'll research that more once we finish the stream.
Oh, know what you're talking about. Hey,
yeah, I didn't see that, but okay, look, can I come?
Go finish, Black. Finish what you're saying.
Okay, so us as African Americans, like I said, we do have rituals. Like I seen somebody in there asking us, what rituals do African American have? Like I said, man, it's different for all areas and different based on how culturally you're in tune with your not just African history, but just American history. We like I said, one of the things, like my daughter, she walks around every birthday with her freaking money draped on her. That's Black history. Like we do that down south. And not only that, I could show, like, I really want to, like, I was going to go in my little not yearbook, my little picture book and show you my 18th birthday. My 18th birthday, I was draped in freaking a fake Versace, one of them gold Puff Daddy, shirts, shiny shirts. And reason why is because as a Black king, man, we made it. We made it. Now we about to like that's the way it is. Like our reality is not their reality. So trying to compare our reality to their reality is just totally different. Yeah, we would love to instill certain things. We would love to have that the so-called structural society to imprint our young children, but we not living in the same society. Now, if you don't understand that the parallels between the African diaspora and poverty and trying to raise up young men who are targeted, I get it. But there are rituals that you may not understand why we do certain things. Like I said, I had a specific shirt on for a specific reason because I was a Black man making it to 18 and I made it. And now I'm going to be the king of our family. And it may not be an official title or thing, but we all understand what the heck's going on. So it may not be an official knighthood or ritual situation, but like I think, like I said, we get too caught up in trying to compare ourselves to other people that we don't understand the spirit of Africanism, like the spirit, the spirit of what we're trying to do. When we sing a young 18-year-old kid, we understand, man, he made it. He got there because they don't want us to get there. And I get it, but at the same time, like I said, I don't want to like sit here and look at somebody else's plate and say, "Oh well, damn man, I wish I would have got $100,000 limo and bar mitzvah." Fuck all that. We not on the same time that they on, but that's cool.
Allow me to pile on.
I'm sorry if I'm being.
And I want to make sure you guys see there's a purpose that I left Joanna's message up on the stream as well, because I think it kind of contends with what you're saying, Blizzy. But go ahead, Vic.
Allow me to pile on, right? So what Black is referencing kind of references what I said earlier about it starting at motivation and ending in deprecation, self-deprecation. So what happens is Black says, "Hey, I made it. I'm 18." But the next man says next to him, say, "What the hell you celebrating 18 for? Look at the man right here. Look what he's doing. What the hell have we got to celebrate 18 for? This is what's wrong with our people." And that conversation happens because nobody takes the time out to celebrate the small victories. They don't see it as a victory because they're too busy comparing. They don't got time to smell their roses. And the way that I would say that, because we don't have anything on book, you know what I mean, without referencing a religion to reference, if we're just going, hey, nobody's got a religion, we're not going to turn it into religion, so we're just going to say we're going to create our own thing, whether we borrow or we don't borrow. I think the high value man was a good thing to some degree, because you say, you know what? Now I have something tangible I can shoot for.
But whoa.
Wait, no, wait. Let me cook it. You're gonna eat it
but
raw.
If you don't fit into the range of that, if you don't fit into the range of that, then what you're doing is self-deprecating,
chef.
You ain't.
Hey, am I cooking this motherfucker? Or you cooking it, huh? Let me cook it. What I'm saying is, if you create this new standard for us to go by, what happens? Initially, you would say, hey, that's great, because now men will be more motivated to strive or set the bottom of our people higher. Our new ceiling will be even higher, so that our bottom will also be higher. Pause. So what I'm saying is that initially that's what you would think, but what's going to happen is, because we don't control the system, and there's so many people who are not going to be able to do certain things, or who are not going to get the messages, or who aren't going to be able to execute the messages that they receive. What's going to happen is the ones that make it are now going to look down upon the ones that cannot achieve this new standard and say, what's your problem? Why can't you meet up to this new cultural norm? Hey, Pookie. And we start putting names on each other and start self-deprecating our own people as if they ain't our own people. Fucked up or not, all of it is in one pot. It's one stew. If you make it and then I come shoot you in the face because you never helped me, because you looking down on me, then you didn't really make it either. So all
hierarchies.
I was just about to say, wouldn't that be down on us? Because as a community and as the village that's around you, it takes us to also help lift you up.
The community. Right. The community. And that's what I'm saying. That is the missing element. You cannot have Sharia. What is the law? What is a law without
Well,
somebody to
I would
enforce
say
it?
my community around me in some ways doesn't always think about their kids and have the same like guidelines or boundaries that I had on my kids, but they respected it. And I love my community for that, because even though they might not have had those same things for their kids, or even like believed in like what I was doing, or they might have thought it was too serious, like, it ain't all that, Erica, and that kind of thing, that they still respected it, and knew that it was coming from a place where I knew how fragile the lives of young Black kings are, and that I was trying to create something because I knew somebody's daughter or somebody's other, some other people were going to be out here that needed my kids to stand up and be strong parts of their community. And so even if people didn't agree, even if people in my community didn't agree how I was going about it, they still respected it because they knew that they would benefit from it eventually as well too.
Check me out, right? Check me out, right? Joanna said, that's why it's called a rite of passage, Vic. Everybody ain't gonna make it. Now check me out, right?
But it's our job though as a
hang on, boo. Let me cook just a little bit. What I'm saying is right, because I'm responding to Joanna right now. I'm listening to you though.
Mm-hmm.
Joanna is saying that everybody's not gonna make it. That can be understood, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. Now, every day or every third day, you hear this conversation about the top 20% of this and the top 10% of that and the blah, 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 yada, yada. Mm-hmm. But we can all understand that the median average income of Americans is very much so middle class or less. Mm-hmm. But you have our problem with our community is our broken families. If we can all agree that what's it called? The nuclear family? That's the term they like to use. The nuclear family is what we need to reestablish community. That's the first building block or step on the process. That's the keystone, restoring the family unit. That restores your funding. That restores your ability to make laws and enforce rules and so on and so forth, and have healthy children that can actually be monitored and reared in a complete environment. All of that comes from that. But guess what? If your women don't see the men as qualified,
how you doing?
If the women don't see the men as qualified because they're shooting for a standard that they own men can't achieve based on a structure, not because their men aren't capable or intelligent, but based on a structure that's quote unquote systematically keeping people at a certain level, then how do you bypass that with this rite of passage? How do you make the majority of your at least 51% be able to make it through this rite of passage, this bar that you're setting? Because it's going to be a high bar, or you might as well not set it.
I want to answer this. I want to answer this not because I want to cut anyone else off, but I feel as though, in terms of how I feel about this and why I brought the clips, I think that I'm probably the best equipped at this point, or the most, not best, but the most equipped, right? And you see that the bell in Andrea's head agrees. Right? So, look,
you do it on purpose,
bro. What I'm telling you is this, man. I want to bring it to you just on some regular chef shit, bro. You might have had you don't eat pork, so I'm gonna use chicken, right? You might have had the chicken barbecue, grilled chicken, smoked chicken barbecue from great great grandmama Freeze Music, passed it down all the way to you. You've been tasting that shit since you was a kid. You a man in your late 30s now, and you know that flavor in your sleep. And you happen to kick it with your homie chef who does something a little different. He does the barbecue stuff, the Southern barbecue, the traditional, but he's also a master of jerk chicken and Caribbean barbecue and Caribbean smoked foods, as well as the master of South American barbacoa, BARBACOA, which is South American barbecue, who's also someone who masters Southwestern stuff as well. And this is all fact. If you know you've been using certain seasonings in your food, bro, and at some point you watching me and you seeing some of the things that I'm doing with everything you know, it's okay for you to be like, damn, I only used, half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. I should have used 2 teaspoons like Chef did. Oh, he used Asian 5-spice powder. Oh, shit, I ain't never see a nigga use nutmeg.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Mm.
It throws something different. I learned about nutmeg from the South Pacific.
Grandmama stuff off in a whole different direction.
In a whole different direction.
Whole different type of vibe.
Took your whole family lineage food and just flipped it into something else.
I know where you're going with this, Chef.
It's in that. I don't know if you know, because I know you was on the show, so I had to bend corners, right? All I'm saying to you is this, bro. I ain't put it like this. I ain't get to the rabbit hole part because your pushback is saying that you don't like the fact that we're self-deprecating. It's not about self-deprecating. If I know that I got a muffin top and my homeboy got an 8-pack, I'm going to look at what he's doing and what he's eating. I'm not making fun of myself. But what it is that at some point, I, as a person, have to come to a point of understanding that, you know what? I don't want to be this. I want to be more like that. There's certain things that I want. I want to be healthier. I want to lower my cholesterol. I want to blah, 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 blah. The thing is, if I see someone that is successful, because now I'm going to get into my black person talk. Some folks said that, oh, you cool with chaotic truth, so you and your chaotic truth rant. No, listen, I will say this. I feel as though us as a people have a tendency to not want to D-ride. Well, 1:33 a.m., not want to dick ride. We don't want to be, I don't want to be sweating them. Oh, I don't want to be on a D. Oh, I don't want to this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is we take right. Yeah, look. I ain't sweating that person. You know what I mean? I just want to say we always put ourselves in a position, or at many times put ourselves in a position where we always have to quantify or qualify a kudo that we give to one of our own people. We don't want to be the one that's like, oh, yeah. I'm not just saying, I ain't just a such and such fan, but I'm just saying, but it's okay if you see someone else doing something in a way that you may want to replicate.
Allow me to clarify, Chef, because
we shun flattery.
You boxing me in, and that's not what I'm saying. So let me be more clear. If I can look at someone else's society, because I'm gonna keep it in what we're talking about. If I'm looking at someone else's society and I'm saying, you know what, they got they papers straight, right? I can look at that and say, you know what, we need a money system. We need a better money system based on what I see them doing. I can say, oh, you know what, there's a hole in my game here. But I don't got to go take their money system and get money how they getting it. I just know that I have to better myself financially because that's a missing element that I may not have noticed before. I might say, hey, we need to have a more stricter code about the way our women dress. They don't got to put on fucking burqas and hijabs, but they may need to make some adjustments to how they dress to be respected as a community. So you're not just saying, I'm walking around with blinders and I'm going to just be a horse and look straight at the track and never look beside me. That ain't what we saying. You want to know if you're winning or you're losing. True. But I don't got to make my stride match yours. And all I'm saying is that once you notice what you're missing, it's up to you to implement it in your way. If you use nutmeg, and I said, damn, I ain't never heard of nutmeg. This is a whole movie about a Middle Eastern man trying to become a top chef in fine dining, and these forbidden spices that he used. And because you're a chef, you may have heard about it, right? Because you know they got a whole movie industry just for Middle Eastern people, right? They didn't try to join Hollywood. Asians don't try to join Hollywood. They got their own shit. But they understood that they needed a movie industry. So they built one for their people. And they do how they do it. And they make the movies they want. They're making fucking Last Action Hero. They making movies about fucking spices and cooking. And fucking Slumdog Millionaires and the stories that's particular to them. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that you don't have to curtail, you know what I'm saying, tailor make your culture to fit. I don't gotta fucking shave my face and put on a suit and a tie to be a good businessman. But I do understand that I may need to up my level of professionalism. You see what I'm saying? So you don't have to negate, it don't have to be an either or. You can see where you're missing something without replicating, because see what you're insinuating is that if, in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we replicate these pieces from other cultures, that somehow we can have some kind of expectancy of outcome. That as long as we do like they do, we'll get what they got. And you would have to know the inner workings of what makes those things work in order to do that. You can't just look at nobody else and say, shit, if we get a nice car and a nice house, then my wife will be happy. A lot of motherfuckers is doing that, thinking that that's going to grant them happiness. But they ain't never walked inside that door and see the kind of conversations that happen behind those closed doors when it's just them two people laying in bed at night and what they talk about and what they agree on and what they don't agree on. And that his wife got a whole side dude. They don't see none of that shit. You don't get to look up under nobody else's hood. You just see the nice shiny car. Then you want to put knives on your shit and blow your engine out. It ain't built for that. Do what you do better. Seek inspiration, but not imitation. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Facts. I love that last little saying that he said. Facts.
I like that. I like that. You know.
Ditto. I like that.
I want to send peace to the Plexity, a documentary story channel, aka Quafinino. Definitely dope individual. Check them out. They put something there. First, he said Asian 5 spice powder is great on Asian salted pepper wings. And for the record, look how much is in there. I stay with Asian 5 spice powder. All right. Like
chef's a real chef, by the way.
Right. But yo, so just so you understand, 5 spice powder, that's that realness. Okay. And I'm going to use the discussion about that particular spice to connect to what you were saying, Vic. I was born in the United States. My mother was born in Haiti. So I understood Caribbean food early. But one of my favorite foods, because my mom, it was by virtue of nurture, not nature, but nurture. Every Friday, she would go to a place in Brooklyn. If you ever lived in East Flatbush near Utica Avenue or Church Avenue, there was a place called Snyder Wings, where they had a specific flavor profile for their chicken wings, where they would marinate the chicken in scallion juice, where they would press down a bunch of scallions and have the chicken marinated in scallion juice. And then they would fry them with their batter, and they would use a light tempura. That flavor kind of changed my life. It had an impact on my flavor profile. And when I was searching different flavors at certain points, I didn't understand that it was the fact that I always ate Snyder Wings food, that there was a certain flavor profile that I had an affinity to. And then I started following chefs and studying different Asian chefs. And I started understanding the essence of some of their flavoring processes and what they used, and aromatics, how they used aromatics, and, you know, understanding soy sauce, balsams, and something as simple as 5-spice powder, nutmeg, you know, star anise, all of these different things I was able to learn from another culture. It did not mean that my Negro fried chicken was not good. It did not mean that the food that I was making before was not good. What it did was allowed me an opportunity to see different corners that those flavors, yeah, fuck off. What it did was allow me to see how the flavors was able to bounce, and how I can chew the meat and spit out the bone and apply some of those tweaks and changes to what I do.
Pause.
So you,
Big
man,
big
you
pause.
just a psychopath. Listen, it's about applying the flavor changes to what I do and understanding how they can impact the way that I already think and already do things. I use that as a part of my life. I use that as a part of the way that I move forward. Call it self-deprecation. Fuck it. Self-deprecation is something that comedians use because it allows them a certain level of comfort to be able to share their mistakes and laugh with you about them, and even aggrandize the mistakes that they made so that you can laugh at them even more. Self-deprecation is important. Self-deprecation to me is an agent of change, but change within the fact where you're not just able to see where you want to go, but you're able to look back and laugh at the fact of, shit, I was an asshole on this one. To me, that's the way life works. Self-deprecation is a part of learning. Shit, I remember when I started doing the Dougie, I thought I was hitting it nice until I seen somebody that really know how to Dougie. Then I was like, I stopped Dougieing until I got it right. Self-deprecation works, not necessarily as much. Self-deprecation shows your honesty when you're sharing it with others. But I believe that self-deprecation is an important and necessary piece of personal change. Self-deprecation is a piece of personal change. Try to slice me up on that. Let's go.
All right. I feel you. I understand, you know. It's like me with say Ethiopian food. You know, I love Ethiopian food. That is one of my favorite meals. And when I came down to Texas, you know, there's not a lot of places out here. You know, even Asian food, you know, it's like, it's not the same. Mongolian is not the same as Japanese. It's Thai, you know, different styles of Southeastern or Eastern Asian types. And we all appreciate those types. But I'm sorry, wings is wings. Wings are wings. And I understand.
Now you on some bullshit, man.
I
Don't
know,
worry.
man,
Wings
bro.
is wings.
Look.
No,
We
I
ain't gonna tell
understand
nobody,
exactly.
but when I get to your crib, and I make them wings, you ain't never gonna you gonna do a whole stream and be like, look, y'all, I was wrong. I said wings, and then Chef spent the weekend at my house and I was wrong, y'all.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Now you gave me a challenge.
But I mean, you know what I mean? It's just one
That's gonna be my bar mitzvah, nigga. You gonna regret that statement.
He gonna name a whole thing and be like, "Fuck the earners, I'm bringing the bar mitzvah."
It's gonna be me, some spices, and like 4 Jewish kids.
He gonna be like,
hold on. Well, wait. I can't. I know I normally would let you cook. You know what I'm saying? But yo, Remember, you don't see them wearing the name Nighthawks anywhere. It's because there's not 3 people there. It's named something else. So now you are making the Nighthawks. Now we making them fucking Nighthawks.
What's up, what?
My ninja. And we got To Be Loved back in the spot. 100 Wizzy. Let's get it in. Cam up. Yeah, son. What it do, big dog?
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me, man.
What? Say, speak.
Hey, hold on. I do gotta go to work, so I was trying to get my way out of here, but hey, what up,
you gotta shoot your way out. You gotta shoot your way out.
You guys.
Golly. Hey,
we got a link, you black. We got a link.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. We gotta get it in. Shout out to everybody, Andrea, To Be Loved, Vic, Chef. I gotta go to work, man.
My brother.
I fucks with y'all.
All right, I hollered at your boss. He gonna give you an extra 15-minute break tomorrow. You good?
Not All right, take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Y'all got the mic. Go ahead. We got 100 Watts, To Be Loved, Andrea Lynch, and Victor Freeze on the screen. Let's freaking go.
What's up, Watts? How you doing?
Well, man, I'm just out here just trying to make the magic happen, just trying to survive and stay alive.
Okay, we miss you.
They got a new slogan.
You said what?
I'm glad to see you.
Got a new slogan.
Yeah, man. I'm just look. I'm trying to be more active. I plan to be more active coming here in the near future. It's just a couple of things gotta get squared away first. That's all. But y'all know I rock with y'all. You feel me? I don't have many opportunities to catch y'all while y'all live. Man. Every time I come on, like y'all just got off like 30 minutes ago. Like damn.
We try to go on early now, okay?
Yeah. Ain't staying up late no more.
No, we ain't staying up late no more.
Hey, check me out. I won't watch the cook because I'm gonna say one last thing and I'm gonna have to bone out a little bit. Premature pause. So let me just end with this, right? So we started this thing off talking about children, age, sexuality, so on and so forth, right? I like where the conversation headed. So this isn't me derailing it. This is just me leaving y'all with a piece. I believe that the real conversation is about right and wrong. And if you can establish right or wrong, then you can establish the why. And then you should be able to convey that message to whoever your listener is. So then the question would be, if it's something that is considered subjective, that can be determined household to household, how do you determine what's right or wrong? This is my marker. If what you want people to accept from you, if it's okay, the question would be this: what happens if everybody did what you're doing? If everybody replicated the moves that you're making, if everybody allowed whatever to happen to you to happen to them, what world would we live in based on those results, if you could imagine it? And I believe that will tell you if what you're doing is right or wrong. I'm not going to pass any aspersions at this point. But I just wanted to leave on that, man. I love y'all. You know I fuck with everybody sitting up here on this panel. I just met you, To Be Loved, but shout out to you for coming up and holding this down. And if you fuck with Andrea, I know you're all right with me.
Great conversation.
Victor motherfucking Freeze, dog.
Y'all know what it is now, Chef. You know how we get down.
Yes, sir.
We'll speak on a later date, man. Y'all finish cooking, man. And put some of them new spices in, because I don't want none.
Hey, you got the complexity of a documentary story channel ready for me to do a cooking video talking to them about some stuff, about some seasonings and all of that. But yeah. So let's talk. 100 Watts, I know you were in the chat and you had an opportunity to kind of say some stuff. You said a little bit. But in terms of us, as a people, you know, I showed some videos where I showed, let's say, let me keep it basic. A group of Caucasian people's coming of age ceremony. Let's say people that are known to be within the controlling sector of the financial class, if we say we have a lawyer from their culture, we feel like it's a badge of honor. So an accountant from their culture, we feel that we have a badge of honor. And I made a comparison to the whole baby boy dynamic. How somebody's being still called baby boy in their 20s, mid-20s, when certain other cultures, they're treating their young men like men at 12 or 13 years old. My question is there something we can learn? Because when I went back, right now, I'm worried about the stream being on, because I went to show the most recent male coming of age ceremony that I could find, and it was a Maasai warrior celebration. And then the other one was a Zulu, and it was the women. And I had to take the shit down quick because it had naked tits, breasts. Excuse me, ladies, sorry. It was a more primitive celebration.
And those were the two most recent that you could find?
Yes.
Wow.
Literally coming of age.
That says that it's lacking throughout our society as a whole.
And it speaks to, thank you. And what that says to me is it's not about saying, yo, us black folks are whack and this, that, and the other. What it is paying close attention. There's certain player dudes that was out there when I was wearing Calvin Klein Obsession back in the 90s. And they were wearing Issey Miyake, and I thought that I had the doper outfit and this, that, and the other. And then the dude walked in smelling like heaven. Pause. I learned about Issey Miyake. You know, I learned about Bleu du Chanel. I learned about all of these different things, the things that we learn that make us want something better. There's dudes that's driving Honda Civics, and they seen a dude with the new Honda Accord. They want to step up. Somebody with the new Honda Accord sees a dude in the Genesis. He wants to step up. Somebody in the Genesis sees somebody in an Aston Martin. He wants to step up. It's okay. Part of growth is recognizing that someone is better than them, right? Ralph David Abernathy. Do you think he would have followed Martin Luther King if he believed that knowing Martin was more effective than him, that he was self-deprecating himself? No. This leader dynamic that we have within our culture, not wanting a dick ride, not wanting to, you know, seem like a stan. What I believe that we do is, if we put ourselves in a position where we mute our positive support for something that someone else is doing. I don't want to be a dick rider. I don't want it to be like I'm sweating this person. I don't want it to be like blah, blah, blah. But if we see something positive within them that we want to push out, but we won't, because we think that it's going to say that we are less than, I believe that's a problem. And I believe that that's where our ego comes into play. If I believe that 100 Watts created a dish on the same night that I created a dish, and I was able to learn from it, and it was able to change my life, guess what? I'm going to celebrate 100 Watts and tell him thank you for that. I'm not going to look at it as self-deprecation. I believe that we have lost a certain level of the ability to show gratitude for someone that showed us a different way. And also, we've lost our ability to show deference to what we may think may be better because of our ego and our pride and our hubris that does not allow us to say, hey, damn, yes, I did this, but this person may be doing it better. But that's just my opinion.
Can I touch on something you said early in what you were just speaking on?
Go ahead, Cook.
So you're talking about coming of age, and you were looking at the most recent ceremonies that you can come up with and everything like that. And I think that when we talk about our community in particular, I think that the high school diploma has become the coming of age moment, right? Because when you consider how many children are raised by one parent households, for one, how many of those one parent households has a parent that's working more than one job, right? So in terms of having the opportunity to actually bring up these kids or to actually teach these children what they need, they don't really have that opportunity. So the only thing they can fall back on is take your ass to school, get your high school diploma, graduate, and go do something with your life. I feel like that has taken the place of talking to your 13-year-old son or your 13-year-old daughter and teaching them about the difference between being a child and now walking into adulthood. You know, because a lot of, especially in our community, we say, you know, my kid turned 18, they graduated high school, now it's time for you to get out of my house and go figure out life on your own. Do I agree with that process? I don't agree, but I do think that that is where we are right now. And an adjustment needs to be made based on that. Because as we all know, the education system does not teach us the right information. The public school system is failing themselves, so they're not going to be successful with us. So I think that's where our problem comes in when it comes to the coming of age portion with our children, because a lot of parents aren't even active. That's another. A lot of parents aren't even active with their children's schooling. So again, another part of the process that's impeding your children's growth and understanding of walking into adulthood. You're not even active with them in their schoolwork.
Facts. That is so real. Me and my husband went and sat in on a class senior year at my son's school, and I could not believe the stuff that they were teaching at this school, or the behavior of the kids in this high school, or that there were other parents in the room along with me and my husband, and nobody except for me said anything. I just couldn't. I was just like, it was just me and my husband was the only ones who said something. I'm like, so I didn't care that it was other people's kids that were being disruptive and disrespectful to the teacher. As far as I'm concerned, they're all our kids. And Andrea will tell you this, when we worked together at a company called the Children's Receiving Home here in Sacramento County, I treated all those kids like they were my kids, because they are my kids. They're the kids that's going to take care of me when I need a Social Security check. They the kids that's going to be running this government. They the kids that's going to be here running things in Sacramento. And they also the kids that's going to be outside in the middle of the night at 10 o'clock in the Walmart parking lot. Sure. And I got to make sure that this is not one that's going to be robbing me. And this is going to be one that got a job there helping me to my car. And not one that's going to be trying to rob me at gunpoint for my car. They all are kids. Like, we have
and everything that you're saying, those kids that you're talking about are going to be the same kids that are hanging out with your kids. Those kids that you're talking about, are they going to be the same ones that's influencing them and telling them what music they need to like and what way they need to be dressing? And, oh, you 15 now, you can smoke weed, bro. Oh, you 15 now, you need to be getting bitches, bro.
Hopefully, if I've been near them, they're not the kids that are going to be telling my kids that.
Thank you.
Hopefully, they're the kids that are going, because I've had interaction with them, and I'm going to treat them like they're my own kids, because I know that they're going to touch my life in some other way other than just this random way, because we are all connected. And when we walk through life, like my mom was just telling me, she came by and she said, you know, I was driving down the street downtown, and some boys, some young teenage boys were fighting, like in a fight, and people was just driving by. And I was wondering what all the traffic was about. And everybody was just driving by slow and watching, but nobody was stopping or nobody was doing anything. And a black woman, almost 70 years old, had to lay on her horn in her car before a brother got out his car in front of her and was like, I'm sure his mind was like, if I don't get out my car, this lady behind me is going to get out, and then something could be even worse. So he got out his car to prevent my mom having to get out. But it's like, that's how we move now, because we even afraid of our kids, that if a brother get out and try to make some sense of what's going on the street with two young people, that we afraid that there's going to be some repercussions for us.
So let me give a little bit of excuse me, respectful flowers and no pushback, respectful flowers and clarification and quantification for the folks that are listening, because she did mention the children's receiving home of sex.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't just want to talk about certain things. I want to make sure that folks understand what the hell that we dealing with. Let's go.
Children's receiving home.
And Sabrina Silva is live from Sacramento ahead of a very special ribbon cutting. Good morning, Sabrina.
Yes, they waited for this ribbon cutting for us on Good Day Sacramento, because a couple of weeks ago, we were out there when Heather was going out there to start painting some of these things that they brought here to the Children's Receiving Home in Sacramento. So do you want to cut it in and give folks the first look? Woo! So there you have it. Now we're going to walk in, because this is a very special place.
We don't see the sisters, but our sisters is a part of this.
They've been abused or when they've had vulnerable moments. And so
we are
in the dark. There wasn't much going on, right? It was just a hallway. And now you guys decided to do all of this to brighten their day as they walk in. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
And why do something like that? Why, and really the community reached out to you guys. And Evangeline, we actually talked to her last time on Good Day as well. And she was the one that came out here and decided to give back. Now, what was the first thought when you were like, hey, let's help them out with something?
Well, why not, right? To be able to help support and give back, and especially children, and just not even being able to understand or fathom what they're going through as they're coming through this entryway. And to know that if we can be a part of inspiring or bringing hope, that's our responsibility.
Yeah. And Friends of Folsom was also helping out as well. And but Heather, you're the one that did all of this. I mean, and guys, by the way, my hand is in there.
Yes.
So I'm one of the smudge.
That was my job for 9 years.
All right, peace to homegirl with the fat chubby hands. But I just wanted to make sure that there was some verifiable resonance to what To Be Loved was talking about when she mentioned the Children's Receiving Home of Sacramento. Okay. And of course, our folks that are involved with certain things normally tend to not be elucidated or illuminated in certain things that are shown, but Andrea, as well as To Be Loved, were a part of that movement as well, even though you didn't see them on the screen. So I'll let them discuss what that movement is and the impact that it has on our community.
It was part of our life for 9 years. We worked graveyard together. She had the older kids. I had the smaller children. And they come at that. They're the first. We're the first responders when the kids are getting taken away. When the kids are getting taken away from their parents, they was coming to us. If the parents went to jail, the parents had junk. They was drinking and driving. They would come to us at night.
Let me pause you for a minute, Andrea. I want to send a peace out to Teresa. Teresa was my ex-fiance. That's the daughter of my 15. That's the daughter. That's the mother of my 15-year-old daughter. I learned about, the child protective system from her because she was a manager, or she is currently a manager executive with ACS, which is Administration for Children's Services in New York, in Brooklyn, New York. So she's seen so much. So me being able to talk to Be Love and to be able to talk to Andrea to see the other side, not from the processes, options, systems, and services side, but literally from the other side of the people that actually have the children. So that's your flowers right there. Smell them. Keep it going.
Yeah, they would come to us at nighttime and all times of the morning, 3, 2, 1 morning. They would come to us, and we take them in, we comfort them, we eat up sometimes, give them a bath, put them to bed, and this is where they're gonna stay for a minute until they find them a foster home to go to.
If they find a foster home.
If they find a foster home to go to.
For a lot of my girls and young men, women and young men, it was if they found a foster home. Because teenagers is, of course, people know is traditionally much harder to find a foster home, let alone an adoptive family, if you don't reunify with a family member or your parents. And so kids came all the time with a lot of baggage, I remember, and it, like when I would be saying like it's the little things, like even in that job and working at night and coming in at a time when the kids were almost ready to go to sleep. It was, to me, it was all about the perspective of how you thought about the job, right? Like if you really thought about the job, you were there in a space where most kids feel vulnerable, right? When they're sleeping. Probably the majority of the children who came to us came there because of something that happened while they were sleeping, and they were awakened to something horrible happening. So you're there during the most sensitive time in their day, during the nighttime. And it was rewarding to be able to be a protector of their spirits in a way, and know that these young people are going to be out there and be grown people one day, and they're going to in turn impact my life, my kids' lives, my grandchildren's lives. So you do the job with that in mind. And to me, in a lot of ways, if you don't, then you shouldn't be doing the job. It's difficult because those kids are dying for someone to care about them enough to time. Like Andrea and I were talking a few days ago, and I was like, time is the one commodity you can't buy. When you spend time with the kid, it's priceless. It's worth more than any amount of money that you could give them. They just want your time, your touch, and your patience, and to know that they being listened to and heard, which a lot of them haven't had that in their lives. And if they are listened to or heard, it's usually by the wrong people.
Yep.
The wrong people. Tell me about that. What's the wrong people?
For me, probably the most prevalent thing, in which was a surprise to me because I didn't have daughters, and it wasn't a thing for me in my part of my life when I was young, but human trafficking is so bad. Yep. Like it's so bad.
Really bad.
It makes you nervous to have a daughter.
Yep.
Because of the things that somebody can just say to them to make them want to leave the space that you provide safety and boundary in, and leave that. And so, and to be honest, some of them aren't receiving safety and boundaries in the space that they're in, right? Because like I think it was 100 Watt was saying was touching on, people aren't showing up for these kids that are, gonna be the people in the future of who takes care of us. So for me, with teenage girls, the most prevalent people that were always in their ear were men.
Yes.
Pimps, people who are involved in black market human trafficking right off of the freeway, where
especially older men.
Home is located. I've had a girl be killed on the freeway trying to cross the freeway.
Yep.
I've had young ladies climb out of windows in the middle of the night because they got to get back to a pimp.
Yep. And I used to tell them, look, when I worked in the older kids' dorm, I said, look at here, check this out, partner. If you want to go out the front door, just go on out the front door. Don't go out the window, because I don't want to have to tell my supervisor what you had on. I want to tell her what you had on.
Andrea be loving the kids, but be ready to let them do their bullshit. That's
because it wasn't a lockdown facility. Okay, it wasn't a lockdown facility. So I'm like, look at here, partner. Check this out. I'm too old. It's nighttime. I don't want to run. Just go out the front door. Okay, what you had on? I can tell my supervisor. Let me call her and say you ran away. So she had purple on, purple shoes, purple pajamas. Okay, that's what you had on. Gone, girl.
She said, look, I ain't trying to do all that goddamn paperwork. Just make it easy on me.
Right.
Erica knows.
The crazy thing though is that was the mentality of 90% of the people who work there.
Look, I mean, but you can't have anything. I mean, and you know what? And when I'm listening to y'all, I think that what y'all do is like super commendable. Because I know the reality of these kids is like, with everything that they go through, like a lot of them, you can't tell them nothing because they think they done figure life out. Like they done been down bad for so long and they done had to figure out so much on their own. It's like, you can't tell them nothing.
No, you can't. And the thing, what I realized that helped me was meeting them where they were.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and that, and also giving them something to look up to. I don't look like them when they see me at work. I'm not dressed in Jordans, and
she got heels on. She got stilettos on. Yeah, that's how she go to work looking. I'm going in some Jordans, some tennis shoes, and some sweatpants.
And they would ask me why you come here every night dressed this way. Why you don't come here nice and comfortable like the other staff? It's the middle of the night. And I would say, because they was worth more to me than just coming in my sweatpants like I just rolled out of bed. That was, how else do I get to show these kids that they are worth it to me? And I didn't have a problem letting them know that I wasn't there for no check.
Didn't you say earlier it's the little things?
Yeah, you're right. It was the little things. Just me dressing like I would dress to go to any job interview or anywhere during the day. If I was going somewhere professional, is how I dressed at night. And so I never got treated like as quote unquote, I hate to use this word when I'm referring to kids, but people like to say bad kids a lot. They never treated me like they were the bad kids that they have been labeled as.
So can you elaborate on your feeling about bad kids, like the expression bad kids?
Because I think that when we give a description like that, whether it's something nice or something negative, right? It puts a certain brand on a child when they're still in the midst of developing who they are as a person. And so you ever been around the people who constantly are like, oh my God, he's just bad. That's my bad kid. This one, he just always bad. And it's like, well, I mean, how can he not be? You keep explaining to him how bad he is in front of him to everybody that you meet. So he's gonna it's much easier for him to feed into the narrative, right? That the one person he might trust, a parent, is telling him that he is.
See, I understand. I understand what you're saying. It's just like when you look at it from the other side, right? Because I'm pretty sure we done all seen this. You done seen the kids in Walmart and the kid acting a whole ass, and the mama standing there, come on, son, we can't be doing this. Isn't okay. We can't be doing this in public, like trying to talk all soft and polite and all that. That little nigga just bad.
Their behavior is unacceptable, and the parent needs to use better skills in order to help control their behavior in the environment that they're in. Mm-hmm. That's a issue to me.
I mean,
parenting.
I understand. I understand.
I have had kids literally want to fight me, and then on the back end have other kids ready to fight that kid for me, because you ain't finna fight not this staff or this person because they respect me. I had a whole debate one time with somebody about fear and respect. I just don't think that they're bad kids. Bad kid, they do bad things. But when if a person is saying to a kid or describing them in front of that child as being bad, do not be surprised if that is the behavior that you're giving in return. Mm-hmm. You're helping to brand them as exactly that. And Dre got one. I used to call her tenacious all the time. I used to be like, this girl, and Dre be like, this one, she give me hell. She just so bad all the time, Eric. And I used to be like, I know. And I know you're going through it, friend. But she really is actually tenacious. And this one, I worry about her less than I worry about our sons when they all out and about with their friends. Because this tenacious one you got ain't no anger. If she do something, it's going to be because she wanted to do it. It's not going to be because she jumped off the bridge because somebody told her to do it and she was too dumb to understand that she shouldn't have. No, this one's going to make her own decisions. And I worry about that less as a female. Because I don't want you to be corralled into anything. Right? I don't want somebody to just be able to tell you anything and you just take that as gospel. I want you to be able to think for yourself. So
I think that
something that
too much. She thinks too much. She thinks too much. That's for me. She thinks too much. Hey, Jesus help me.
So you spoke on a situation where one kid might try you, and then other kids will step in to be like, nah, bro, not this one right here. You're gonna have to cool out. You know what I'm saying? I think in listening to both of y'all, for real, I think what y'all are doing is pretty much what I think a lot of times I tell people is like sometimes you got to stop treating kids like kids when you're talking to them. Just a young adult. Like I try to treat kids like young adults. Like I'm not about to baby you, bro. Like I just need I gotta keep it real with you, dog. Like, and sometimes it might come out, and sometimes it might come out, and sometimes it might come out, and I might call you bad. You know, that might be the word I use, but it's being used because you did A, B, C, and D. At what point have you done something positive with your day? You're being bad. You're being disruptive, and you use the word tenacious. That's a cute way of saying you bad, you sneaky, you into some shit. It's just a cute way of saying it.
Tenacity is looked at that way by adults to children, right? Because we don't want children to be tenacious because we want them to be seen and not heard. I want you to do what I said and not offer any opinions other than okay and yes, and I'm about to right now. So
yeah, and
tenacity is negative as far as how we look at it as adults. But when you are an adult, Jeff Bezos didn't become Jeff Bezos because he wasn't tenacious. He became who he is because he refused to fail. Right? So you in order to be truly successful in your adult life, you need tenacity. A lot of it. But yet we spend 18 years telling kids, don't be tenacious. Just do what I said.
I mean, yeah, it's like if anyone steps outside of the realm of graduate high school, go to college, get a career, build a 401k, like if you step outside of that box, you slide into, you're crazy or you're dreaming too big or You know, like once you start sliding out that normal cycle that people try and push you in, you're gonna get kind of thought processes like that because people just don't understand that. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like you have to have a certain level of things that make people uncomfortable in order to not fall into that space where everyone else wants to be at. It's just inevitable. You have to.
Yeah. And it's more about the perception of the child. The reason why it's like I know adults will understand what you mean when you say bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the child just hears bad.
And that's why I think it's important, like the seen and not heard thing. Like I think that's why it's important that needs to be stopped because, like when it comes to me dealing with my children, I need to hear you so I know what kind of understanding you have of what it is I'm trying to teach you.
Right.
I need you to give me some kind of way to measure if you're receiving the information I'm giving you or if you're not. You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to teach you a lesson on how to communicate with other people and I don't give you the opportunity for you to come to me and be like, Dad, I don't understand why you're telling me to say hello to when I walk into her. You know what I'm saying? Like I had that conversation with my daughter. Whenever she walks into a room full of adults, you say hi to every one of them. Right. And she didn't understand that for a while.
Right.
And because she had the opportunity to express, like, I don't understand why you want me to do this. It's a full conversation. Hey, it's a respect thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of elders in the room. You know, it's a whole conversation that we were able to have.
That's so important. And like we even talked, we talked a little bit about that earlier, talking about like these rites of passage and certain things. Even with that, right? That's a small thing that's actually big, right? Because later on, you're gonna be the grown up that some little person comes and shows their respect to, right? That's who you want to aspire to be one time, to be important enough that when you're in a room, people take time out to stop to speak to you.
Yeah, I think they're going
to the younger person. That's a rite of passage, you know. At least that's how I used to look at it. You know, like even if my kids is still Andrea is still Miss Andrea to them. They grown and got their own kids. But if she see them on the street, if she hears somebody say Miss Andrea, it's one of my sons.
So is
because it's just a respect thing, and they know one day that there's gonna be little kids all over the community that address you in that way. That's something to aspire to.
I like this conversation. Home
training. Some of these kids ain't got no home training. Okay, they don't got no home training. They've been taught.
Andrea don't be with the shits, bro.
At all.
She got no home training.
At all. She don't be with it. Sometimes parents would check and say, I don't see them with the kids.
I mean, well, earlier Vic said something about right and wrong, and I understood what he was saying. I just think it's one of those things to where the North Star on right and wrong, it moves because nuance is involved in every decision that we make as human beings. Because like this comment that's up here right now, right? If you have a parent who realizes that they have a substance abuse problem, they recognize that they're not taking care of their children the way that they need to, they have to make a decision like this. It's either let me get rid of my child so I can go to rehab and get my life together and then get them back and then we can build from there, or I continue down this path, I affect my children even more, and then 9 times out of 10 they end up just like me and end up becoming a drug addict and living in the same neighborhood that I lived in for the last 30 some odd years, paying rent on the same apartment that I will never own. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But some of these parents are keeping their kids knowing they fighting a drug problem, and then finally 3 months later, y'all homeless and living in cars. CPS gotta come take your kids.
Yeah, that's those denial addicts. Nah, I could stop anytime I want to. It ain't that big a problem. I'll be all right. That's them. But I mean, again, like that's the nuance that's involved, right? The North Star for them moved because their addiction is the most important thing. It's not your kids, it's not your job, it's not your well-being. It's that addiction.
Right.
Addiction. So let's. Because, of course, we're not going to be on 7 hours tonight. But what I want to do is I want to kind of pull us back to the center point. And that center point that we were discussing specifically was regarding, damn, covering my face.
Your own
That
face.
center, right, my whole face. Let me push myself up top. So the point of contention, the issue that I have is this, and I'm going to speak for myself. I am a father that came from a specific era and a specific mindset. And I, as a parent, and that was one of the things that I wanted to make sure I spoke to in the beginning. Call it a rabbit hole. I allowed folks to kind of pull it from that point, but I knew it was going to happen, but I wanted to bring it back. It wasn't so much about the children tonight, y'all. I spoke to my own personal vulnerability. I spoke to my position as a parent, as a father, and I think we kind of pulled back from it. So, and I knew it was going to happen, but I want to pull you guys back out in it and pull you back to the front of the center. What the hell do we do as parents, recognizing all of this change that we see going on in the minefield of life, in the playing field of life, in the marketplace of life? What control do we have? Because I'm a dude that came from a certain era, so there's certain things that I may not understand, but I understand that life is changing, and this is the life that's going to be impacting the children that I put out into this world. So in order for me to be able to communicate and understand my children, I have to be able to understand those things that I may not like, because now it's a part of my children's life. So what I would like to do is this, before we wrap this thing up. I want to give everybody an opportunity to answer that question I asked earlier in the mix before we got all the extra facts. How do you respond now, with knowing everything you know and what we discussed? How do you respond to your 11-year-old telling you that the one that was born a girl, letting you know that they feel that they're a boy and they wish to live their life as a boy? And then vice versa, your boy telling you he feels like he's a girl and he wishes to live his life as a girl. And I used a specific age, which was 11 years old. So 100 watts, you were kind of late into the mix, so I'm going to let you cook since you had a little less screen time. Tell me how you're going to respond to your 11-year-old daughter or your 11-year-old son telling you that they wish to ascribe, or subscribe to a different gender. Talk to me. Silenced you.
He stepped away for a second, Chef.
Oh, damn it. I just saw the private. So go ahead. Let me let Tuba Love go. Tuba Love, talk to me. Now, everything we discussed, and in terms of what you came in knowing and understanding and feeling, if your 11-year-old daughter or 11-year-old son told you that they feel that they're a different sex, how would you respond to it?
I would like to think that I would respond in a loving way, and that I would respond in a way that I'm asking them and talking to them about how they feel, which is important to me, and their own sexuality, but not at 11. I don't know if I would be talking to them about sex per se, but and not just their sexuality, because I think that's two different things. And I think sometimes that with us dealing with the things that we're dealing with now at a younger age, because it's not that it wasn't here before, it just was hidden for longer, right? People just kept it under wraps and didn't say anything. And so now that we're dealing with people coming out at younger ages, I don't know. I just feel like I would hope that I would be able to be loving and provide some guidance and resources for them. You know, I would hope that I would not all of a sudden see myself in a place of judgment, but I do think I would be scared for them. But in my opinion, I did ask myself that same question before E got off, and that he said, was it him or Vic? No, that was Vic. Sorry. The question that he said, and it was kind of like the basis of why I felt how I felt, that, you know, if this is a young lady and that is who you identify as a young 14-year-old young lady, then I'm gonna expect the same thing that I would expect out of any young 14-year-old young lady, and I would speak to that effect.
So I think you might have put on your dancing shoes on.
I put my dancing shoes on. I mean, I think that
because I want to know about the feeling. I want to know. Like for me, I was very vulnerable.
In real life, you would feel disappointed because the life you expected doesn't look like the reality that you're living. Right? That's where disappointment comes from. Is simply because what I envisioned for my child, right? They're basically telling me that that's not what the vision is going to be. And so I'm rectifying my feelings about that and reconciling my feelings about that. Now this child's life that I kind of like preset in a way in my mind, like I already, you know, in a way you already plan the grandkids and, you know, you already plan everything. And all of a sudden he or she tells me that they are going to be something different than what I envisioned. I'm really grieving the loss of that vision.
Thank you. That's all right. And that's what I'm saying. I wanted to get to the crux of it. I wanted to talk about, because remember, one of the things that I did was I gave a catharsis in terms of how I felt.
Yeah, you did.
As a person, as a parent, and feeling that there was a lack of control that I have now with this whole paradigm shift of how we perceive things, you know? And I feel like it was important for me to talk about, you know, to share my own personal vulnerability about it. Because I could sit there, I'm on YouTube and I could try and seem as balanced as I want to freaking sing. But it's important for me to be like, yo, I'm scared, yo. I'm scared because I'm seeing this. How do I handle it? Am I gonna handle it like Dwayne and Gabrielle? Am I gonna handle it like Will and Jada? Am I gonna handle it like, you know, Sonny and Cher? And am I gonna handle it like Cookie and Magic Johnson?
Right.
You know?
I forgot about this. Yeah, what about?
That was the original. That was, you know what I mean? Chastity Bono was the first, and then came Irvin Jr., Magic Johnson's son, in terms of celebrity children that ended up making different choices opposite of their natural biology. So for me, it's important for me to question myself. This was a stream of consciousness. This was not me coming out to give my opinion coming out. This is not me putting myself out here in order to show my opinion. It was more so me showing my level of parental vulnerability, because I don't know. Maybe I need to learn. Maybe somebody can come up to the show and, you know, give me a paradigm shift and some other perspectives. But I am scared. Why am I scared? Because part of being a father being prophet, priest, provider, protector, and king. The prophet part comes with a high degree of knowledge and understanding and wisdom. But me as a parent, I'm sitting at the precipice of a journey that I'm not familiar with. I've never grew to romantically love a man, so I don't understand it. I can respect it from, especially if it comes from one of my children, but the thing is, it's something that I don't understand. So whoever wants to shred this thing apart here, go ahead and shred it apart. But the thing is, I come to this, it's more so a task of humility as a father who has children. And all of these things that are taking place, the paradigm shifts that are happening. Maybe I'm on my old man shit where it's like, yo, technology and all of this is happening around me so quickly, like that old guy that doesn't know how to text. He only knows how to answer a call. Maybe I'm that dude now when it comes to this quasi-sexual gender role-based situation. I don't know, but I approach it with humility. And knowing that I love my children and knowing that I have a high degree of respect and love for the children that's going to take us into the next generation. All I know is, though, with this thing here, as smart as folks think I am, I still don't know shit.
Facts.
For real, for real. But I'm going to let y'all cook, and I'm going to let each and every one of you guys let the world know what makes you a special soul within this universe. We're going to touch this topic again.
Oh, for sure. I think he is.
I wanted to get the foundationals out just so we understand where we are all coming from, especially me within this topic too. So we're going to go newest to oldest. So we're going to hey, damn, To Be Loved dropped off. Oh, well. 100 watts. Let them know who you are, big dog. Oh, okay, she's back. Hold on. All right, there you go. To Be Loved. They ain't want you to be great.
Ben don't want me to be great. It's been a minute since I've been up here. I keep pushing the wrong button.
Well, look, you got the magical cosign from the sis that definitely is one of our pieces, our pivotal pieces in here. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to let these folks, give them your little spiel on what you feel about the topic, and then let them know what makes you a special soul, unique soul within this universe. Talk to us.
Oh, that's a heavy question. I mean, that's deep. That's a lot. I mean, y'all been listening. You know how I feel about the topic that we were speaking on. I do feel like Chef is saying, though, sometimes I know I can sometimes come across like I do have an opinion, because I usually come into something with an assessment based on whatever facts I do have myself. But I'm always open for the input of other people, because I know that other people around me have perspective and knowledge base that I don't necessarily have. So I always try to keep myself open to really hearing what somebody is, not just what they're saying, but what they're actually trying to convey and trying to help me to hear and understand. Because sometimes we all will say stuff and it doesn't necessarily come across that way, and we trying to really say something that is useful, but it might not come across that way. So I do try to listen to everybody, and I think that what I bring is love. Like my name, love. You know, Andrea tell you I always try. She probably irritates her sometimes, because I try to not to say that I don't get angry, or I don't am always like Chef said, balanced about things. I have plenty things that challenge me, and that give me cause to rethink how I'm approaching a situation. And I don't ever have a problem doing that or saying I was wrong or anything like that. So I think I'm just all about love and all of us actually seeing each other and doing the best we can for one another, while at the same time knowing that when I do what's best for those people around me, I'm doing what's best for myself.
That was dope. That was dope. That was dope. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
Like I said, if you're a family of Andrea, that means you got yourself a room in the mini mansion. Just go to your door. Your key is under the mat. Hey.
It's the room upstairs on the left.
That's exactly. Right. 2 doors from the bathroom. Right. 100 watts. Let them know what makes you a unique soul within this universe. But before that, let them know about how you feel about the control we have as parents within this situation. Uh-oh. I guess he's still not back yet. So, Andrea.
Yes.
Talk to me. Talk to me. Tell me. Well, tell them about. I know how special you are to me. Tell them how special you are. What makes you a unique soul, and before that, how you feel about the level of control that you think we have as parents in terms of this conversation.
We're out here trying to navigate this new nuance of kids, new lifestyle, new things that we didn't coming up. I don't think we had to worry about it because it wasn't that big a deal, and now it is. It's actually thrown in our faces everywhere we can find it at. Shoot, I'm just saying, okay. And so we had to navigate it and try to not elevate our children, try to understand where they're coming from. And I think as my parents from the old school parents, they didn't try to understand. It was like, that's what we not gonna do, period.com. And I say, and me, when I say I'm old school and new school, navigating this new thing to understand my children and not elevate them or not make them feel shame or feel the black sheep of the family. So, it's a lot, and I don't like the control that I don't have anymore trying to raise kids. So it's a lot. And what makes Andrea Lynch special? I'm just special anyway, okay? But you can catch me on It's All Hot Air. You can catch me on Hot Cali, and love who you love. Just respect the people that love you. Show kindness, and try to get along with everybody as you can.
I like that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go through, and for the record, y'all, when y'all put stuff into the chat and then I get deep into the topic and all of that, sometimes I fail to go and click and put it up on the screen. Please blame it on the mind, the head, and not the heart. I'm getting myself back into these things. Now with the amount of subs that I have now, I have a higher degree of responsibility. More people watching, so I have to make sure that I keep it situated. And like I said, even though I'm still on the laptop cam, I got this bad boy over here, Canon Mark 50 M2, that I'm still learning and situating and getting, so we're going to figure this thing out. But I do respect your time, your patience, your loyalty, and your choice to share me with your friends, family, and others. So, I'm putting some bread into this as well as sweat equity. All right. And hold on. Let me see. Are you back? You back? Let me make sure. You know, 100 watts was hemmed up.
Yo,
All right,
yo.
cool. Yeah, so let them know how you feel as a parent in terms of these, in terms of this quagmire, this different ecosystem and paradigm shift. You know, the level of control you have, and then please let them know what makes you a unique creature within this ecosystem.
I think that a lot of our parents didn't know what they was doing when they were parenting us. It's trickled down to us, and now we're trying to fix those things when it comes to us dealing with our children. Me personally, I do everything that I can to try and communicate. Like, that's the most important thing to me, is communicating with my kids. Now, of course, there is a level of discipline, a level of expectation that is placed on my children in terms of how to act in public and et cetera, et cetera. But communicating with my kids is important, because there's a lot of stuff that's going to come from a lot of places. There's going to be a lot of people in these kids' ears. So I have to make sure I stay that centerpiece, that consistent centerpiece that they can bounce off of, speak to, and be able to openly express themselves. You know what I'm saying? Within reason, because I'm still your father. Okay. But these kids, man, it's just they're so it's just funny looking at them, because when you look at them, they're just so precious, they're so delicate, and then they open their mouth. But yeah, as a parent, just communicating with the kids, man, just communicating, finding out what it is that they are learning, what they're not learning, what they need help learning, and what works for them. Because like you said, this ecosystem is going to chew them up and spit them out, because trying to pretend like you are something that you're not, you're going to end up in a bad spot. Right. But I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me. I mean, I think what makes me special is just being me, man. I don't need somebody to tell me who I need to be or how I should act. It's just being who I am, being comfortable in that.
Hey, I can't even punctuate or elucidate that point any further than he did. At this point, the thing that I do feel the most proud about, is the fact that each of the people that were up here, they were all parents in their way, shape, or form. And I believe that we all were able to share a level of vulnerability and understanding that we may not have the right answer, because we are still learning as parents. So if there's any parents that's out there that may feel away or don't know how to feel, if anything, I believe and hope and pray that from you watching this stream, that you were able to understand that, as smart as different people are, don't no fucking body know exactly what the right answer is. All we could do is study, pay attention, look for other options of knowledge to pick up and glean knowledge, and then pray that we do it the right way. 100 Watts said it specifically. We as parents are equipped with the tools that we are equipped with. Everything else is Monday morning quarterback. The only thing that I could ask is that we as parents, especially generational parents, helping to create a new place of resonance for the new generation, that we recognize our mistakes. Don't look at it as self-deprecation. Look at it as adult or secondary education, an opportunity for us to have that blessing to know some of the shit that we thought was the right way to move may not be. You never know. Yeah. I want to say peace to Andrea. Peace to my guy, 100 Watts. Remember, contrary to popular belief, Nighthawks are Nighthawks. Nighthawks is Chef, 100 Watts, and Vic. The Love Fest with Chef, 100 Watts, and Vic and Andrea is our Love Fest. Streams with Chef and Vic is our love fest. Streams with Chef, Vic, and Andrea is our love fest. Okay? We just haven't attached names to some of the love fests. But don't question the Nighthawks. The Nighthawks are the Nighthawks. And when it's time, we're going to drop a couple Nighthawk boulders on your head. All right? So, we here. We never left. In terms of me as a content creator, if you see me fall back, I'm doing my networking. But it's important to me that I provide you guys with good content that I feel good about. My level of authenticity. I hold myself to a high degree of accountability for that. So if it don't feel right, I don't do it. But yo, it was a great night. 4 hours and 50 minutes into the mix. I'm humbled where I am in terms of subscriber count, but we ain't finished. What I need you guys at 700 and change to do is to keep me motherfucking honest so that I make myself a better chef. I use your feedback to make myself a better chef for the next 730 people that come through, because y'all shooting in the gym with me. And for the record, there was a lot more we were going to talk about, but here's what I'm dropping on you. This is the new name of the episode. Wade Family Values. Do parents have control? I made that clickbaity thumbnail while we were on the show because this show actually morphed. This was just only one stream of consciousness. I had 5 more. So we kept it here. We kept it organic, authentic. So this is actually going to be the screenshot or the thumbnail if you want to share it or you're looking for it. But yo, I ain't going to keep it going too much. All I can say is peace, love, light to each and every one of you that support this channel. We're going to keep this thing going. We got more fire, more fire, more fire for you. Trust me. Intriguing things. Special magical collabs, you know. Trust me, we're going to have a good time. And one thing you know, if you ever rocking with me, and I let you leave somewhere, you're going to leave doing what? Vibing. Peace. Hold it down.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, Jude, let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Jude, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, baby, come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait for, girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. Why did I kill it? Night long. That's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga.
night long, night long. Oh, damn. I'm still dancing. I thought this shit was over. We vibing all night long.